Before the world knew him as the Bard of Bards, William Shakespeare was just a quiet boy from Stratford-upon-Avon, dreaming in verse and shadows. Tonight, in the soft stillness of this hour, we explore the life behind the legend, the man who gave the world Hamlet, Macbeth, and Romeo, yet left behind more mystery than certainty. Was he a genius, a ghostwriter, or something in between? Let his timeless words and secret past lull you gently into sleep. If poetic lives, quiet legends, and softly unraveled mysteries help you rest, then stay close, subscribe, and hit the bell icon to keep wandering through the sleepy corridors of history, where every name has a story and every story a sigh. In the gentle spring of 1564, when apple blossoms drifted like pale stars across Warwickshire, a child was born whose voice would one day echo through centuries. Along the banks of the slow-flowing Avon River, where willows bent their slender fingers to touch the water's surface, the town of Stratford welcomed William Shakespeare into a world both harsh and beautiful. The exact date of his birth remains veiled in the mists of time, though tradition places it on April 23rd, a day that would, by remarkable coincidence, also mark his departure from this earthly stage 52 years later. Imagine, if you will, the timber-framed houses of Stratford-upon-Avon, their weathered wood darkened by years of rain and sun, standing shoulder to shoulder along narrow streets where the scent of wood smoke hung in the air. The Shakespeare family home on Henley Street was modest but respectable, reflecting the middling status of William's father, John Shakespeare, a glover and widower who crafted and sold fine leather goods. The River Avon curved like a silver, ribbon through the landscape, its waters catching the light of dawn as they had for countless generations before. In those days, the river was more than a picturesque backdrop. It was the lifeblood of the community, providing water for daily needs, sustaining the local wildlife, and occasionally flooding its banks to remind the townsfolk of nature's untamed power. William's mother, Mary Arden, came from a family of gentle landowners, bringing to her marriage a sense of refinement and connection to the rural traditions that would later infuse her son's writings with rich, earthy imagery. The marriage of John and Mary represented a small step up the social ladder for the ambitious John Shakespeare, who would later serve as alderman and bailiff, essentially the mayor of Stratford. Into this home of industry and modest aspiration, William was born as the third of 8 children, though only 5 would survive to adulthood, a common and heartbreaking reality of Elizabethan life. The Shakespeare household would have been filled with the sounds of domestic life, the rhythmic scraping of John's tools against leather, Mary's quiet instructions to the children, the crackle of fire in the hearth, and the distant calls of vendors in the marketplace just beyond their door. The infant William was baptized on April 26, 1564, at Holy Trinity Church, a beautiful medieval structure whose tower had gazed down upon generations of Stratford residents. The stone font in which the water blessed his brow still stands today, a silent witness to the beginning of an extraordinary life. The church registers, with their careful calligraphy recording births, marriages, and deaths, hold one of the few surviving written records of Shakespeare's existence from this time, a simple entry noting the baptism of Gulielmus Filius Johannes Shakespeare. Around the time of William's birth, a plague outbreak swept through Stratford, claiming the lives of many residents. That the infant Shakespeare survived this dark visitation was perhaps the first stroke of fortune in a life that would be marked by both tremendous good luck and profound sorrow. In later years, the playwright would demonstrate an intimate understanding of the fragility of human life, perhaps partly informed by having been born in the shadow of such widespread mortality. The England into which Shakespeare was born stood at a crossroads of history. Queen Elizabeth I had been on the throne for just 6 years, and her reign was bringing stability after decades of religious turmoil that had followed the death of her father, Henry VIII. Yet beneath this emerging national confidence, old wounds still bled. The divide between Catholics and Protestants ran deep, creating undercurrents of suspicion that touched every community, including Stratford. Some scholars have suggested that John Shakespeare may have harbored Catholic sympathies in this increasingly Protestant nation, a dangerous position that required discretion and careful navigation of public life. If true, this early exposure to the necessity of coding one's true beliefs may have influenced the young William's understanding of the many layers that exist between what people say and what they truly mean, a theme that would later find powerful expression in his plays. As the seasons turned and young William grew from infant to toddler, the rhythms of small-town English life would have shaped his earliest impressions. Market days brought an influx of traders, farmers, and travellers to Stratford, filling the streets with a colourful pageant of humanity. On such days, the air would have been rich with the sounds of haggling, the lowing of cattle, the gossip exchanged between neighbours, and occasionally the performances of travelling players who set up their simple stages to entertain the crowds. These visiting performers, with their vivid costumes and dramatic tales, may have planted the earliest seeds of theatrical fascination in the young boy's mind. How might he have stood, wide-eyed and wonderstruck, as kings and villains, lovers and fools came to life before him, woven from nothing more than words and gestures. Perhaps even then, something within him recognized a calling that would one day draw him away from the familiar streets of his hometown to the bustling theatres of London. The natural world around Stratford provided a rich tapestry of experiences for a curious child. The fields beyond the town offered wildflowers in spring, the heavy scent of hay in summer, and the crisp rustle of fallen leaves in autumn. The forest of Arden, from which his mother's family took their name, stood not far away, a place of ancient trees and dappled shadows that would later inspire the enchanted woodland of A Midsummer Night's Dream and the philosophical refuge of As You Like It. Within the Shakespeare household, young William would have absorbed the practical education that came from observing his father's craft. The preparation of leather, the careful cutting and stitching, the transactions with customers, all would have demonstrated the value of precision and care in one's work. From his mother, he might have learned the folklore and country wisdom that had passed through generations of the Arden family, stories told by firelight that connected him to the deep roots of English rural tradition. The very language that surrounded him in childhood, the dialect of Warwickshire with its distinctive rhythms and expressions, would form the foundation of his extraordinary linguistic gifts. In these early years, he would have begun to develop an ear for the music of spoken English, hearing how words could be stretched, compressed, or transformed to express the full range of human experience. As twilight settled over Stratford and candles were lit against the gathering darkness, the Shakespeare family might have gathered around their table, sharing the day's events and perhaps telling stories. Did the young William already show signs of the quick wit and verbal dexterity that would later astonish London audiences? Did he recite little verses that made his siblings laugh or his parents exchange knowing glances? The stars wheeled slowly. Above the sleeping town, the same stars that would later feature so prominently in his imagery, constant, remote, yet intimately connected to human fate. "We are such stuff as dreams are made on," he would one day write, and perhaps even in these earliest years, dreams were already taking shape within him, awaiting the moment when they could be given voice. The river Avon continued its patient journey, as it had for millennia before William's birth and would for millennia after his death. Its waters reflected the changing seasons, the shifting light, the faces of children who came to its banks to play or work or simply watch the current's endless passage. Like the river, the boy's life had begun its flow, gathering momentum with each passing day moving inevitably toward a destiny that would transform not just his own existence, but the very language and culture of the world. And so, the child of Stratford grew surrounded by the textures, sounds, and rhythms of Elizabethan England, the solid reality that would one day be transformed through his imagination into the infinite variety of worlds he created on stage. The foundations were being laid, quietly and without fanfare, for a life that would touch countless others across the vast expanse of time. As night deepens and the story pauses, imagine the town of Stratford settling into silence, windows darkening. One by one, the moon casting silver light upon the Avon's peaceful surface. The child who would become Shakespeare sleeps, unaware of the extraordinary journey that awaits him, while the river whispers secrets that only those who listen closely might hear. Secrets about the nature of beauty, the passing of time, and the enduring power of words shaped by love and understanding. The soft glow of morning light filters through the mullioned windows of a schoolroom in Stratford, illuminating motes of dust that dance in the air like tiny stars. Here, in the grammar school known as King's New School, young William Shakespeare begins his formal education around the age of 7. The wooden benches, worn smooth by generations of restless boys, creak softly as the students settle with their hornbooks and slates, facing the schoolmaster who would guide them through the labyrinths of Latin grammar and classical literature. Wheat's path to this schoolroom was a short one, from the Shakespeare home on Henley Street, a brief walk through familiar streets where shopkeepers were just beginning their day's work, where the smells of baking bread and wood smoke mingled in the crisp morning air. For the son of a glover and alderman, education represented both privilege and possibility, a golden thread that might one day be woven into a tapestry of opportunity. King's New School stood as a testament to the value that Tudor England placed on classical learning. Its curriculum, demanding and rigorous, was designed to immerse boys in the world of ancient Rome, to instill in them not only knowledge, but also the discipline of mind that would serve them throughout life. From dawn until dusk, 6 days a week, young scholars like William devoted themselves to mastering Latin grammar, rhetoric, and literature. The schoolmaster, likely a university-educated man with a stern demeanor, but perhaps a glint of humor in his eyes, would have demanded perfection in recitation and translation. Mistakes might be met with the sharp sting of a birch rod, a common disciplinary tool of the era. Yet within this strict environment, windows opened onto worlds of extraordinary beauty and wisdom. Though Shakespeare would later be described by his contemporary Ben Jonson as having small Latin and less Greek, the education he received was far more substantial than this gentle mockery suggests. Imagine young William sitting at his desk, his quick mind absorbing the rhythms and patterns of Latin verse. The works of Ovid, Virgil, Horace, and Cicero became his daily companions, their stories of gods and heroes, loves and betrayals, courage and folly seeping into his consciousness. These classical authors, with their sophisticated understanding of human nature and their mastery of literary form, would later serve as both inspiration and raw material for his own creations. The methods of teaching relied heavily on memorization and recitation. Students were expected to commit vast passages to memory to absorb not just the words but the very cadences of classical verse. This training may have laid the groundwork for Shakespeare's extraordinary facility with language and his ability to compose complex verse seemingly without effort. The daily exercise of memory became a strength that would later allow him to retain and recall countless lines as both playwright and actor. Beyond Latin, the curriculum included instruction in rhetoric, the art of persuasive speech. Boys learned to construct arguments, to employ figures of speech, to move an audience through carefully crafted language. Is it any wonder that Shakespeare's plays would later showcase characters whose eloquence could change the course of nations, whose words could woo reluctant lovers, or whose subtle verbal daggers could wound more deeply than any blade? The schoolroom days were long, beginning early in the morning and continuing until evening, with brief breaks for meals. The rhythm of learning followed the seasons, the cool sanctuary of stone walls offering relief from summer heat, while in winter, students might huddle closer to the meager warmth of a fire, their breath visible in the chill air as they recited their lessons. Outside the school's walls, Stratford itself provided another kind of education. Market days brought news and gossip from beyond the town's boundaries. Traveling peddlers shared stories of distant places. Returning soldiers spoke of conflicts abroad. Merchants discussed the price of wool and the latest proclamations from London. All of these conversations, overheard by a boy with keen ears and a curious mind, contributed to an understanding of the wider world and the diverse characters who inhabited it. The natural world, too, offered its own curriculum. The changing seasons along the Avon, the first green shoots of spring, the lush abundance of summer, the golden melancholy of autumn, the stark beauty of winter, taught lessons about time's passage and life's cycles that would later find expression in sonnets and soliloquies. Perhaps it was during these boyhood years that Shakespeare began to develop his extraordinary sensitivity to the natural world, his ability to see in a flower or a star or a changing sky some reflection of human experience. What books might the young Shakespeare have encountered beyond his school texts? The Bible, certainly, its powerful language and dramatic narratives suffusing the culture of Elizabethan England. Perhaps also folk tales and ballads passed orally, from generation to generation, carrying within them the deep roots of English storytelling tradition. These diverse influences would eventually blend in his imagination, allowing him to create works that spoke simultaneously to the groundlings standing in the theatre pit and to the educated nobility in their private boxes. As William progressed through his school years, his father's fortunes began to waver. John Shakespeare, once prosperous enough to serve as bailiff of Stratford, experienced financial difficulties that grew increasingly severe. The precise causes remain unclear. Perhaps bad investments, perhaps religious complications in an era when Catholic sympathies could limit one's economic opportunities. Whatever the reason, this decline in family circumstances may have cast a shadow over William's educational prospects. Some scholars have suggested that Shakespeare's formal education may have ended earlier than was typical for boys of his background, perhaps around the age of 13 or 14. If so, this premature conclusion to his schooling might have been a bitter disappointment. Yet another example of how apparent setbacks can sometimes lead to unexpected paths. Without the traditional trajectory through university and into a profession such as law or the church, Shakespeare would eventually find his way to the theatre, a destination that might never have been reached had his life followed a more conventional course. During these formative years, Shakespeare would have witnessed the pageantry of local festivals and celebrations, the midsummer revels, the harvest festivities, the Christmas mumming plays. These traditional entertainments, with their blend of music, dance, costume, and performance, represented a different kind of theatrical tradition from the classical drama he studied in school, less formal, more deeply rooted in English soil. Both traditions would eventually find their way into his plays, creating works that were at once intellectually sophisticated and broadly accessible. As afternoon light slants through the schoolroom windows, casting long shadows across the floor, imagine young William closing his books, his mind still resonating with the day's lessons, perhaps a passage from Ovid's Metamorphoses or a speech from Seneca's Tragedies. As he walks home through the streets of Stratford, what thoughts might be taking shape in his mind? What connections might he be making between the ancient stories and the life he sees around him? The education of William Shakespeare extended far beyond the grammar school's walls. It encompassed the whole of his boyhood experience, the workings of his father's trade, the rhythms of small-town life, the natural beauty of Warwickshire, the human dramas that unfolded within his own family and community. All of these elements were being woven together, creating the rich tapestry of understanding from which he would later create worlds. As dusk settles over Stratford and candles are lit in windows, the boy returns to his family home, carrying with him not just the formal learning of the day, but also the countless observations and impressions gathered along the way. Perhaps he shares some clever turn of phrase or recites a newly memorized passage for his family's entertainment. Perhaps he simply listens, absorbing the cadences of conversation around the table, storing away fragments of language and character that will, in time, be transformed by his imagination. The stars emerge above the sleeping town, the same stars that have witnessed countless human stories, those recorded in ancient texts, and those lived quietly in places like Stratford, equally filled with love and loss, hope and disappointment, wisdom and folly. The boy who will one day capture the full measure of human experience in his plays rests beneath this canopy of stars, his own story just beginning to unfold. In the gentle rhythm of his breathing, in the dreams that visit him in sleep, perhaps there are already glimpses of the worlds he will create. Worlds built not of stone or wood, but of words. Worlds that will continue to shelter, challenge, and inspire humanity long after both he and his age have passed into history. The golden threads of learning once spun can never truly be unraveled. They remain woven into the fabric of a mind and soul that will one day offer us mirrors in which to see ourselves more clearly. As night deepens and the story pauses, imagine the schoolroom standing empty and silent, moonlight washing the worn surfaces of desks where generations of boys have carved their initials, small attempts at immortality. Among these anonymous marks, though indistinguishable from the rest, are those left by a hand that would one day pen lines so powerful, so true to human experience, that they would become immortal in a way those schoolboys could never have imagined. The autumn of 1582 painted the Warwickshire countryside in hues of amber and russet as fallen leaves danced along paths worn by centuries of footsteps. William Shakespeare, barely 18 years old, walked these familiar routes with new purpose in his stride. His thoughts turned not to Latin verses or the family glove-making business, but to Anne Hathaway, a woman from the neighbouring hamlet of Shottery who had captured his young heart. Anne was 8 years his senior, 26 to his 18, a difference that raised eyebrows in the close-knit community. She lived in a thatched cottage with her family, a picturesque dwelling nestled amid orchards and gardens, about a mile's pleasant walk from Stratford's centre. The path between their homes must have become well known to William's feet during their courtship, as twilight descended earlier with each passing autumn day, and the distant glow of candles in cottage windows guided his way home after time spent in Anne's company. What drew them together? We can only imagine the conversations they shared, perhaps walking through fields gilded by late afternoon light, or sitting beside the warmth of a hearth as wind rattled the windows. Anne, having lost her father recently, possessed a maturity born of responsibility and loss. William, despite his youth, carried within him a universe of language and ideas, perhaps already showing glimpses of the unparalleled understanding of human nature that would later distinguish his work. Their courtship took an unexpected turn that altered both their lives irrevocably. By late autumn, Anne was with child, a situation that complicated the social equations of their world considerably. Marriage followed with remarkable speed. In November 1582, two documents recorded their union, a marriage bond and a license issued by the Diocese of Worcester, allowing them to marry with only one reading of the banns instead of the customary three, a clear indication of the pregnancy that necessitated such haste. The wedding itself likely took place at Temple Grafton, a village not far from Stratford, though no record of the ceremony survives. Imagine a brisk November day, perhaps with the first frost silvering the landscape, as family members gathered to witness the union. Did the young groom feel trepidation at this sudden leap into adulthood and responsibility? Did Anne harbour concerns about binding her future to one so young, whose path in life was as yet undefined? Their marriage bond, still preserved in the archives of Worcester, offers a poignant detail. Two farmers from Shottery, Fulk Sandels and John Richardson, posted the considerable sum of $40 to guarantee there were no legal impediments to the union. These men, friends of Anne's late father, stepped forward to ensure that she, already carrying a child, would not be left without the protection of marriage. This gesture speaks to the web of community support that existed within the social fabric of Elizabethan village life. 6 months after the wedding, in May 1583, Anne gave birth to their first child, a daughter named Susanna, who was baptized at Holy Trinity Church, where William himself had been christened 19 years earlier. The stone font that blessed the infant's brow was the same that had welcomed her father to the community, a continuation of rituals that bound generations together in the rhythmic passage of time. Imagine the young father holding his newborn daughter, perhaps by the window of their home, to better see her features in the spring light. Did he marvel at the perfection of her tiny fingers, the unself-conscious grace of her movements? Did he compose unwritten poems to her in his mind, practicing the art of capturing ephemeral beauty in words, as he would later do so masterfully in his sonnets? Life as a new parent brought both joy and practical demands. William, still in his teens, faced the responsibility of providing for his expanding family. The Shakespeare household likely included not just William, Anne, and baby Susanna, but also extended family members, a common arrangement in an era when living space was shared across generations. This close cohabitation offered both support and challenges, as the young couple navigated not only their relationship, but also the complex dynamics of family life. 2 years after Susanna's birth, Anne was pregnant again. This time, she delivered twins, Hamnet and Judith, named after close family friends, Hamnet and Judith Sadler. The twins were baptized on February 2, 1585, in the depth of winter, when the church stone would have been cold beneath the infants. Swaddling clothes and breath formed visible clouds in the sacred air. The arrival of twins would have been both a blessing and a formidable challenge. Caring for 3 children under the age of 3 required immense energy and resources. Anne undoubtedly bore the greater share of childcare responsibilities, supported perhaps by female relatives within the extended household. The daily routine of feeding, cleaning, comforting, and nurturing these young lives established a rhythm that shaped the family's existence. During these early years of marriage and fatherhood, what ambitions might have been taking shape in William's mind? The practical necessities of providing for his family would have been paramount, yet within him burned the extraordinary gifts that would eventually find expression on London stages. Perhaps already he felt the tension between domestic responsibility and creative calling, a tension that would eventually lead him away from Stratford, though never completely severing the bonds established during these formative years. The Shakespeare home would have been filled with the sounds of family life, a baby's cry, children's laughter, the soft murmur of adult conversations, the crackling of the hearth fire that provided both warmth and light. In winter evenings, as darkness fell early, stories might have been shared around the fire, tales from grandparents, snippets of village gossip, perhaps even early compositions by the young husband whose mind continually shaped language into new forms. What stories might William have told his young children? Did he craft special tales for them, populated with fairies and magical creatures like those that would later inhabit A Midsummer Night's Dream? Did he observe in his own children the unfolding drama of human development, the innocent wisdom, the unfiltered emotions, the natural eloquence that he would later capture so beautifully in characters like Perdita or Miranda? The relationship between William and Anne during these early years remains largely invisible to historical record, leaving space for both romantic idealization and cynical interpretation. Some scholars, noting that Shakespeare spent much of his adult life in London while Anne remained in Stratford, have suggested a marriage of convenience rather than deep affection. Others point to the fact that he eventually returned to Stratford and to Anne in his final years, indicating a bond that endured despite long separations. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere between these extremes, a complex human relationship that, like all such bonds, contained elements of both connection and distance, understanding and mystery. Anne, 8 years older and rooted in rural traditions, and William, younger, yet intellectually reaching beyond the horizons of Stratford, brought different perspectives to their shared life. These differences may have created both challenges and richness in their marriage. The family's living conditions in Stratford remain somewhat unclear, though they likely lived in rather crowded circumstances during these early years. John Shakespeare's financial difficulties had not fully resolved, and the young couple may have depended partly on family support. The practicalities of daily life, securing food, maintaining shelter, obtaining necessities for growing children, would have been ongoing concerns that grounded abstract ambitions in immediate reality. Despite these mundane demands, or perhaps because of them, something was stirring within the young father and husband, some recognition that his gift, his peculiar mastery of language and insight into human nature, might find purpose beyond the boundaries of Stratford. The seeds of future works were being planted in these domestic years, as he observed the full range of human emotion within his own household and community. Sometime between the birth of the twins in 1585 and 1592, when historical record places him firmly in London's theatrical world, William Shakespeare made the momentous decision to seek opportunity in the capital. The exact timing and circumstances of this departure remain among the most tantalizingly obscure aspects of his biography, the so-called lost years that connect the young husband and father of Stratford to the emerging playwright of London. Did he leave with Anne's blessing, both recognizing that greater economic opportunities existed elsewhere? Did he depart first on short trips, gradually extending his absences as his theatrical connections strengthened? Or was there a more definitive break, a moment of decision when the pull of creative ambition outweighed the comforts of home? What we know with certainty is that the young family remained in Stratford while William began building his career in London. Anne, now managing a household with 3 small children, would have established routines and relationships that sustained them through the father's absences. The twins, Hamnet and Judith, and their older sister Susanna, grew under their mother's care, perhaps treasuring the occasional visits of their father as special occasions that punctuated the ordinary flow of days. As twilight deepens and the story Pauses. Imagine Anne Shakespeare sitting by candlelight in their Stratford home. The children are asleep, their gentle breathing creating a subtle counterpoint to the night sounds, filtering through the windows. The distant call of an owl, the rustle of wind in trees, the occasional footsteps of a late traveller on the street. Outside. Perhaps she holds a letter from William, his familiar handwriting bringing his voice into the room despite the miles that separate them. Perhaps she simply sits with her thoughts, remembering the young man who courted her in autumn fields, now pursuing dreams in a city that must seem a world away from the rhythm of rural life. The candle flame casts shifting shadows on the wall, not unlike the way memory illuminates certain moments while leaving others in darkness. The story of their marriage has only begun to unfold, with chapters yet to be written across the span of decades. For now, as night embraces the sleeping town, their hearts remain entwined despite distance, bound by shared children, shared history, and a connection that transcends simple definition. The stars wheel overhead, the same stars visible from both Stratford and London, bridging the separation with their eternal light. In their constancy, perhaps there is a reflection of the enduring bonds of family that would eventually draw Shakespeare home again, even after his name had become synonymous with theatrical brilliance in the world beyond Stratford's quiet streets. A thin mist rises from the Thames in the pale light of dawn, shrouding the emerging silhouette of London in an ethereal veil. The year is approximately 1587, though history has left us no precise date to mark the arrival of William Shakespeare in this teeming metropolis. Somewhere among the countless travellers entering the city, merchants with their wares, labourers seeking work, pilgrims, adventurers, and dreamers of every description, walks a young man from Stratford, carrying little besides his exceptional mind and unarticulated ambitions. The period between 1585, when the baptism of his twins is recorded in Stratford, and 1592, when he emerges in London's theatrical records as an established presence, constitutes what scholars call Shakespeare's lost years. These silent spaces in the historical record have inspired centuries of speculation, theories ranging from the plausible to the fanciful. Did he join a company of travelling players that passed through Stratford? Did he work as a schoolmaster in the countryside? Did he flee after a poaching incident on the estate of Sir Thomas Lucy, as an old local legend suggests? The absence of documentary evidence has created a canvas upon which many narratives have been painted. Perhaps there is something fitting about this gap in our knowledge, this stretch of undocumented time during which Shakespeare made the transformative journey from provincial townsman to London playwright. Like the magical forests in his comedies where characters undergo profound changes before returning to society, these lost years represent a threshold crossed, an alchemical process through which the glover's son from Stratford was transmuted into the poet whose words would transcend time. The London that greeted the newcomer was a city of stark contrasts and sensory abundance. With a population approaching 200,000, it dwarfed all other English cities, creating an urban experience unlike anything in the provinces. The city sprawled primarily north of the Thames, with London Bridge lined with shops and houses providing the main crossing to Southwark on the south bank, where the theatres would eventually find their home. Imagine Shakespeare's first impressions as he navigated the crowded streets. The cacophony of languages, English in all its regional variations, plus Dutch, French, Italian and more, created a linguistic tapestry that might have both challenged and delighted his sensitive ear. The smells would have been equally diverse, and less universally appealing. The Thames at low tide, open sewers, the smoke of countless coal fires, mingles with the more pleasant aromas of baking bread, brewing ale, and exotic spices from distant lands. The city's architecture told stories of its history and aspirations. The Gothic splendour of Westminster Abbey and the imposing mass of the Tower spoke to power and permanence. The Royal Exchange, recently established by Sir Thomas Gresham, symbolised London's growing commercial importance. Hundreds of churches punctuated the skyline with spires and towers, while the mighty St. Paul's Cathedral dominated the vista, its great nave already serving as a meeting place and unofficial business exchange. Between these monumental structures stretched a warren of narrow streets and alleys lined with timber-framed houses whose upper stories jutted out over the roadways, sometimes nearly meeting across the street. Signs swung above shop doorways identifying businesses with visual symbols for a population where literacy was far from universal. The vital Thames served as both highway and sewer, crowded with wherries ferrying passengers, barges transporting goods, and ships connecting London to the wider world. For a newcomer without established connections, finding lodging and employment would have been the first practical concerns. The earliest documented reference to Shakespeare in London comes from 1592, when the playwright Robert Greene made a jealous reference to an upstart crow, beautified with our feathers, widely accepted as an attack on Shakespeare, who had, by then, achieved enough success to provoke professional envy. But what paths did he follow in the intervening years? How did a provincial man without university education or known theatrical connections establish himself in London's competitive cultural world? The most plausible narrative suggests a gradual progression, perhaps beginning with menial work in theatres, holding horses for patrons, working as a callboy or general assistant, then advancing to minor acting roles, and finally discovering his true genius in writing for the stage. The theatres themselves existed in a peculiar social and geographic position. Banned from operating within the city limits by authorities concerned about immorality and public disorder, they established themselves in Shoreditch to the north and Southwark to the south, areas just outside London's jurisdiction but within easy reach of its population. These liberties, as they were known, attracted not just theatres but other entertainments of questionable repute. Bear-baiting rings, taverns and brothels created an atmosphere of somewhat disreputable vitality. The physical structures of these early theatres were remarkable innovations. James Burbage is aptly named the theatre, built in Shoreditch in 1576, established a model that others would follow. A circular or polygonal wooden structure open to the sky in the centre, with covered galleries surrounding the yard where groundlings stood to watch performances. The stage projected into this yard, creating an intimate relationship between actors and audience that shaped the very nature of Elizabethan drama. Into this theatrical world stepped the young man from Stratford, his precise route unknown but his destination clear in retrospect. Perhaps he found lodgings in one of the many crowded tenements where rooms were rented to single men, sharing space with others seeking opportunity in the capital. Did he experience moments of doubt during those early days, questioning his decision to leave the familiar world of Stratford and his young family? Did he write letters home, reassuring Anne of his progress and intentions? These intimate details are lost to history, leaving us to imagine the human experiences behind the eventual professional achievement. What we do know is that by the early 1590s, Shakespeare had established connections with the theatre companies that would shape his career. The Lord Strange's men, the Earl of Pembroke's men, and eventually the Lord Chamberlain's men, later the King's men, provided the professional context in which his genius would flourish. These companies operated under the patronage of noble figures, offering some protection in a society where theatrical activity remained somewhat suspect in the eyes of city authorities. Among the figures who likely influenced Shakespeare's early London years was Christopher Marlowe, whose mighty line and ambitious themes had already transformed English drama by the time Shakespeare arrived in the capital. Marlowe, university-educated, provocative, possibly involved in espionage, and tragically short-lived, represented a very different model of the playwright than Shakespeare would become. Yet the power of his Tamburlaine, Dr. Faustus, and Edward II undoubtedly shaped the theatrical landscape that the newcomer encountered. Other figures in this vibrant community included actors like Richard Burbage, who would become the leading interpreter of Shakespeare's great tragic roles, playwrights like Thomas Kyd, whose Spanish tragedy established many elements of revenge drama that Shakespeare would later transform in Hamlet, and theatre owners like Philip Henslowe, whose meticulous accounts provide much of what we know about the business operations of Elizabethan theatres. The London years also brought Shakespeare into contact with potential patrons from the aristocracy. The young Earl of Southampton, Henry Wriothesley, became an important supporter, and Shakespeare dedicated his narrative poems Venus and Adonis, 1593, and The Rape of Lucrece, 1594, to him. These poems, published when the theatres were closed due to plague outbreaks, demonstrate Shakespeare's determination to establish himself as a serious literary figure, not just a popular dramatist. The relationship between Shakespeare and Southampton has been the subject of much speculation, with some scholars suggesting that the fair youth addressed in many of Shakespeare's sonnets might be the young Earl. The nature of their connection remains unclear, but the dedication to The Rape of Lucrece speaks of the love I dedicate to your lordship, and promises all happiness and that eternity promised by our ever-living poet. Language of striking, warmth, and personal commitment. As Shakespeare found his footing in London's theatrical world, he began to develop the distinctive voice that would set him apart from his contemporaries. His earliest plays, likely including the Henry VI trilogy, the Comedy of Errors, and Titus Andronicus, show him working within established genres while beginning to transform them through his unique gifts for language, characterization, and emotional depth. The plague that periodically swept through London, closing theatres when deaths exceeded a certain threshold, created interruptions in theatrical activity that may have influenced Shakespeare's development as a writer. The extended closure from 1592 to 1594 coincided with the publication of his narrative poems and possibly the composition of early sonnets, allowing him to explore poetic forms beyond the demands of theatrical production. Throughout these formative London years, Shakespeare maintained connections to Stratford. Tax records and property documents place him still legally resident in his hometown, suggesting that despite physical absence, he continued to see himself as anchored there. Did he make occasional journeys back to see Anne and his growing children? The distance from London to Stratford, about 100 miles, would have required several days of travel on the roads of the time, making frequent visits impractical, but occasional ones entirely possible. What might such homecomings have been like? How did the man who was increasingly immersed in London's sophisticated cultural world readjust to the rhythms of Stratford? How did his children, Susanna now approaching adolescence, the twins Hamnet and Judith, still young but old enough to know their father, respond to these intermittent appearances? And how did Anne navigate the complex role of essentially single parenthood, managing a household while her husband built a career at a distance? As twilight falls over London, imagine Shakespeare walking back to his lodgings after a day at the theatre. The city settles into its night rhythms, tavern sounds spill into the streets, watchmen call the hours, distant bells mark the passage of time. Perhaps he carries in his mind scenes from a play in progress, characters speaking lines, that he will commit to paper by candlelight. Perhaps he thinks of Stratford, of Anne and the children, measuring the distance not just in miles, but in the growing gap between the life he left and the one he is creating. The mist rises from the Thames once more, a veil between worlds that The lone figure passes through as he makes his way home, through streets now sketched in shadows. The lost years may be lost to our historical knowledge, but they represent found years for Shakespeare himself, a time of discovery, transformation, and the emergence of gifts that would create worlds out of words for centuries to come. As night deepens and the story pauses, the city sleeps beneath a canopy of stars, the same stars visible from Stratford's quiet streets, binding distant lives together with their eternal light. The silent footfalls of the lost years have brought Shakespeare to London, but the journey has only begun. The summer sun shines upon the timber frame of the theatre in Shoreditch, north of London's city walls, where afternoon light slants through the open roof to illuminate a stage where worlds are born from words. The year is approximately 1594, and William Shakespeare, now established in London's theatrical community, stands at the threshold of his greatest period of creativity. The air carries the mingled scents of unwashed bodies, summer dust, and perhaps rain-dampened thatch, as several hundred souls gather to witness the alchemical transformation of empty wooden planks into the fields of France, the streets of Verona, or the fairy-haunted woodlands near Athens. Oh, for a muse of fire! That would ascend the brightest heaven of invention, cry the opening lines of Henry V, acknowledging the imaginative leap required of audiences in this space that Shakespeare would famously describe as a wooden O in that play's prologue. The theatre of Elizabethan England was a theatre of language and imagination rather than elaborate scenic effects, a place where the poet's pen could conjure the vasty fields of France within a structure no more than 100 feet in diameter. The key physical reality of these playhouses shaped the very nature of Shakespearean drama. The theatre, built by James Burbage in 1576, established a model that would be refined in subsequent venues like the Curtain, the Rose, and eventually the Globe. These structures typically featured a circular or polygonal arrangement of covered galleries surrounding an open yard with a thrust stage extending into the audience space. This configuration created an unusually intimate relationship between actors and audience. No spectator was more than about 50 feet from the stage, allowing for both grand rhetorical flourishes and subtle moments of quiet intensity. Performance. Conditions differed dramatically from modern expectations. Plays were presented in natural daylight, typically beginning around 2 in the afternoon and continuing for 2 to 3 hours without intermission. No artificial lighting meant no darkness. Effects, requiring playwrights to indicate night through language and costume rather than blackouts. The open roof admitted not just light, but weather. Performances continued through light rain, with only severe conditions forcing cancellations. The audiences who gathered in these spaces represented a remarkable cross-section of Elizabethan society. The groundlings paid a penny to stand in the yard directly around the stage, creating a lively, sometimes rowdy atmosphere. The more affluent could pay additional amounts for seats in the covered galleries, with the most expensive locations offering both comfort and social prominence. This diverse audience, from apprentices to aristocrats, required plays that could work simultaneously on multiple levels, offering both accessible entertainment and sophisticated literary and philosophical content. In 1594, an important transition occurred in Shakespeare's professional life. After the plague closure of London theatres ended, he became a founding member of the Lord Chamberlain's Men, a company formed under the patronage of Henry Carey, Lord Hunsdon, who held the position of Lord Chamberlain in Elizabeth's court. This company would become Shakespeare's theatrical home for the remainder of his career, providing stability and creative continuity that was rare in the fluid and often precarious world of Elizabethan theatre. The core members of this company included Richard Burbage, who would become the premier tragedian of the age and the first interpreter of roles like Hamlet, Othello, and King Lear. William Kempe, a gifted clown who likely played many of Shakespeare's comic roles until his departure from the company in 1599. Henry Condell and John Heminges, actors who would later edit the first folio of Shakespeare's plays, and others whose names have faded but whose contributions helped create the environment in which Shakespeare's genius could flourish. Unlike modern theatrical practice, where playwright and performers are typically separate, the Elizabethan theatre company integrated these functions. Shakespeare was not just writing for the Lord Chamberlain's men, he was writing as part of them, likely acting in his own plays, though in secondary roles rather than leads, and sharing in both the artistic decisions and financial operations of the company. This arrangement gave him intimate knowledge of the strengths and limitations of the actors for whom he was writing, allowing him to craft roles that perfectly matched their capabilities. The economic structure of the company was equally distinctive. Shakespeare and other leading members were sharers who owned portions of the company's assets and divided profits after expenses were paid. This entrepreneurial arrangement gave the sharers both creative control and financial incentive to produce successful works. Below the sharers were hired men who received wages but did not share in profits, and apprentices, usually boys who played female roles, as women were not permitted on the English stage until after the Restoration in 1660. Into this theatrical context, Shakespeare poured an extraordinary succession of plays that transformed English drama. The mid-1590s saw the creation of works like Romeo and Juliet, with its poetic exploration of young love set against societal conflict. A Midsummer Night's Dream, weaving together aristocratic characters, magical beings, and earthy craftsmen in a moonlit forest, and Richard II examining the nature of kingship and the consequences of its usurpation. Each performance was a unique event, shaped by the immediate relationship between actors and audience. Without the modern expectation of silent, reverential attention, Elizabethan audiences responded vocally, laughing, groaning, occasionally interrupting, and creating a dynamic atmosphere more akin to modern sporting events than contemporary theatre. Actors needed to command attention through the power of language and presence, projecting to reach not just the attentive listeners in the galleries, but also the more volatile groundlings standing in the yard. The stages themselves were remarkably versatile despite their apparent simplicity. Typically measuring about 40 feet wide and 25 feet deep, the main playing area extended into the audience on 3 sides. Behind this thrust stage was the tiring house, a backstage area where actors could change costumes and await entrances. Its facade typically featured 2 doors for entrances and exits, with a curtained discovery space between them that could reveal tableaux like the supposed statue of Hermione in The Winter's Tale or the murdered Polonius in Hamlet. Above this main stage was an upper playing area, a balcony that could serve as Juliet's bedroom, the walls of a besieged city, or a vantage point for characters to observe action below. Beneath the stage, a trap door allowed for supernatural appearances and disappearances, while above, a thatched roof known as the heavens covered the rear of the stage, painted with celestial images and equipped with machinery for special effects like descending gods. Music formed an integral part of these performances, with musicians typically positioned in the gallery above the stage or in the tiring house. Plays often began with a flourish of trumpets, and songs were woven into the dramatic fabric. Think of Fester's melancholy "Come Away, Death" in Twelfth Night, or the "Under the Greenwood Tree" of As You Like It. Shakespeare frequently used music to establish mood, enhance emotional impact, or provide ironic counterpoint to the action. The visual elements of production, while less elaborate than modern theatre, still required significant investment. Costumes constituted the largest expense for theatre companies, with inventories valued at hundreds of pounds, far more than was spent on scripts. Contemporary practice favoured sumptuousness over historical accuracy, with characters typically dressed in Elizabethan fashion regardless of the play's historical setting, though specific items might signal foreign or ancient settings. By 1596, Shakespeare's success in the theatre had begun to translate into financial security. That year, he took a significant step in social advancement when his father was granted a coat of arms, allowing the Shakespeare family to add gentleman to their identification, a meaningful distinction in status-conscious Elizabethan society. The application, which had failed when first submitted in the 1570s, succeeded this time, likely due to William's improved circumstances and connections. The following year, 1597, marked another important milestone when Shakespeare purchased Dew Place, one of the largest houses in Stratford. This substantial property with 10 fireplaces and extensive grounds represented both a significant investment and a statement of success, the glover's son returning to his hometown as a man of property and standing. While Shakespeare continued to base his professional life in London, this purchase demonstrated his ongoing connection to Stratford and perhaps his long-term intention to retire there. These years of theatrical success were shadowed by personal loss in 1596 when Shakespeare's only son, Hamlet, died at the age of 11. The cause is unrecorded, though childhood mortality was tragically common in the period. What impact did this profound loss have on the playwright? Some scholars have suggested echoes in works like King John, with its moving lament for a lost child, or later, more distantly, in the father-daughter reconciliations of late plays like The Tempest. The private grief behind the public works remains largely inaccessible to us, visible perhaps only in the deep understanding of loss and mourning that permeates Shakespeare's writing. In 1598, an event occurred that would lead to the creation of Shakespeare's most famous theatrical home. The lease on the land where the theatre stood expired, and the landowner, Giles Allen, proved unwilling to renew on reasonable terms. In a remarkable episode that combines legal maneuvering with physical audacity, the Lord Chamberlain's men took action. During the Christmas season, when Allen was away from London, they systematically dismantled the theatre and transported its timbers across the frozen Thames to Southwark, where they would be used to construct the Globe. This new playhouse, which opened in 1599 with what may have been a performance of Julius Caesar, became the venue most closely associated with Shakespeare's mature work. Built by the company members themselves, who shared the construction costs as well as future profits, the Globe embodied their collective artistic and commercial vision. Shakespeare himself held a 1/10 share in this enterprise, making him both artist and theatrical entrepreneur. The Globe's motto, Totus mundus agit histrionem, all the world's a stage, captured something essential about both the theatre's ambition and Shakespeare's expansive dramatic vision. Here, on this rounded wooden stage beneath an open sky, he would present his greatest tragedies. Hamlet, with its philosophical prince confronting mortality and moral ambiguity. Othello, exploring jealousy's destructive power. King Lear, laying bare the human condition through a storm-tossed exploration of age, love, and madness. And Macbeth, examining ambition's corrupting influence against a backdrop of supernatural suggestion. As twilight settles over London and the day's performance concludes at the Globe, imagine Shakespeare standing at the edge of the now empty stage. The last spectators have departed. The yard where groundlings stood is littered with nutshells and apple cores. The galleries where merchants and occasional nobles sat are silent. Perhaps he lingers, hearing echoes of the afternoon's performance, the laughter at a clown's jest, the collective intake of breath at a moment of revelation, the quality of silence during a soliloquy when hundreds of people seem to think and feel as one. The Thames flows nearby, its surface catching the last light of day, carrying vessels from distant shores just as the stage transports audiences to imagined worlds. In this moment of transition between performance and ordinary life, between day and evening, perhaps Shakespeare feels most keenly the strange alchemy of theatre, how words on a page become breath and movement, how fictional characters take on a kind of reality in the minds of those who witness them, how the wooden O becomes, for a few hours, the container of infinite possibility. The sun sets over London, casting long shadows from church spires and guild halls across narrow streets, beginning to empty as citizens return home. Another day of theatrical magic concludes, one performance in what would become the most extraordinary dramatic legacy in the English language. As Shakespeare makes his way from the theatre, perhaps to a tavern, where company members gather to discuss the day's work, or to his lodgings where new pages await his pen, the wooden O stands silent but potent, ready to birth new worlds with tomorrow's afternoon light. The gentle rain of an English spring patters against the thatched roof of the Globe Theatre, creating a soft percussion that mingles with the actors' voices as they rehearse on the stage below. William Shakespeare, now in his late 30s and at the height of his creative powers, sits on a bench at the edge of the stage, making notes on a manuscript, perhaps adjusting lines to better suit the actor speaking them, perhaps reconsidering a scene's structure based on how it plays in the physical space of the theatre. The year is 1601, and the Lord Chamberlain's men have become London's preeminent playing company, their fortunes interwoven with the extraordinary works flowing from Shakespeare's quill. The company that would become Shakespeare's theatrical home for the majority of his career formed in 1594, emerging from the reorganisation of London's theatrical landscape after the extended plague closure of theatres. Under the patronage of Henry Carey, Lord Hunsdon, who held the position of Lord Chamberlain in Elizabeth's court, this new company brought together actors from earlier troupes, creating a stable ensemble that would revolutionise English theatre. The core membership of the Lord Chamberlain's men represented a remarkable concentration of theatrical talent. Richard Burbage, son of theatre builder James Burbage, possessed the commanding presence and emotional range to bring Shakespeare's greatest characters to life. His performances as Hamlet, Richard III, Othello, and Lear became the standard against which subsequent interpretations would be measured for generations. Shakespeare seems to have written with Burbage's capabilities in mind, crafting roles of increasing psychological complexity as both playwright and actor matured in their art. William Kempe, one of the company's original members, represented a different but equally vital theatrical tradition. As a comedian renowned for his physical comedy and improvisational skills, Kempe likely performed roles like Bottom in A Midsummer Night's Dream and perhaps Falstaff in the Henry IV plays. His departure from the company around 1599 created space for Robert Armin, a comic actor with a more sophisticated, verbally dexterous style who may have inspired the more philosophical fools of later plays like As You Like It and King Lear. Henry Condell and John Heminges, longtime members of the company, would later perform perhaps their greatest service to world literature by editing the first folio of Shakespeare's plays in 1623, 7 years after his death. This collection preserved many works that might otherwise have been lost, establishing the canon that we know today. Their dedication to preserving their colleagues' work speaks to the deep bonds formed within this company of players who shared both artistic endeavours and business interests. Shakespeare's own role within the company was multifaceted. Primary sources suggest he performed as an actor in his earlier years with the company, though likely in secondary roles rather than leads. His name appears in cast lists for Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humour, 1598, and Sejanus His Fall, 1603, though his specific parts are not recorded. By the early 1600s, his focus seems to have shifted more exclusively to writing, though he remained a sharer, part owner, in the company throughout his London career. The structure of the Lord Chamberlain's Men was unlike modern theatrical organisations. Rather than a clear separation between creative and business aspects, the company operated as a joint stock enterprise where the sharers collectively owned the physical properties, costumes, playbooks, and eventually the theatre itself, and divided profits after expenses. This arrangement gave Shakespeare and his fellow sharers both artistic control and financial incentive to create successful works, aligning commercial and creative interests in a way that may have contributed to the company's remarkable productivity and longevity. Below the sharers in the company hierarchy were the hired men, actors employed for wages rather than shares in the profits, and apprentices, typically boys who performed female roles. This stratified structure reflected broader social hierarchies while also providing a path for advancement within the theatrical profession. Some hired men might eventually become sharers. Some apprentices might grow into leading actors. The company thus embodied both stability and mobility, maintaining its core identity while evolving over time. The daily rhythm of theatrical life followed patterns quite different from modern practice. Rehearsal time was remarkably compressed by contemporary standards. New plays might receive only a week or less of preparation before being performed, with actors learning their individual parts, written on separate roles called sides rather than complete scripts, and coming together for minimal group rehearsal. This system required actors to rely heavily on conventional stage techniques and individual preparation, with the first public performance often functioning as what modern theatre would consider a dress rehearsal. The regular performance schedule centered on afternoon presentations, typically beginning around 2 o'clock and continuing for 2 to 3 hours without intermission. Unlike modern theatres with their dark auditoriums focusing attention exclusively on the illuminated stage, Elizabethan theatres placed actors and audience in shared daylight, creating a more interactive relationship. Spectators could see not only the performance but also each other, incorporating the theatrical experience into social display and interaction. The company's repertory system differed fundamentally from the long-running productions of modern commercial theatre. Rather than performing the same play for weeks or months, the Lord Chamberlain's Men might present 6 different plays in a single week, rotating through a selection of perhaps 20-30 works in their active repertory. This approach required actors to maintain command of numerous roles simultaneously, while also incorporating new works at a remarkable rate. The company might add 15-20 new plays to their repertory annually during their most productive years. This demanding performance schedule meant that plays needed to capture audience attention immediately and maintain it without the benefit of extensive technical elements or elaborate scenery. The emphasis fell on language, performance, and the audience's willingness to collaborate in the imaginative enterprise, to see the vasty fields of France within the wood know, to conjure midnight from noon, to perceive a forest in a few strategically placed branches. Shakespeare's genius lay partly in his ability to acknowledge these conditions within the texts themselves, incorporating awareness of theatrical convention into the fabric of his plays. The Lord Chamberlain's Men performed not only at their public theatres, first the theatre, briefly the Curtain, and then the Globe, but also at court and in private houses. Court performances before the monarch and nobility represented both honour and opportunity, bringing prestige and additional payment. Records indicate the company performed regularly during the Christmas season at court, presenting Shakespeare's plays among other works in their repertory. These performances occurred in the great halls of royal palaces like Whitehall, where temporary stages were erected and elaborate court masks might complement the professional theatrical presentations. In 1596-97, the company added another dimension to their performance capabilities by acquiring the lease to the Blackfriars Theatre. This indoor venue, a former monastery space converted to theatrical use, offered possibilities different from the open-air public theatres. Smaller and fully enclosed with artificial lighting from candles, the Blackfriars provided an intimate setting where more subtle performances could be appreciated and higher ticket prices could be charged. Legal complications initially prevented the company from using this space themselves. They leased it to a boys' company until 1608, but its acquisition demonstrated their ambition and business acumen. The company's fortunes were dramatically affected by political events beyond the theatrical world. When their patron Lord Hunsdon died in 1596, his son George Carey succeeded him as Lord Chamberlain and continued the company's patronage. A more significant transition occurred in 1603 when Queen Elizabeth died after a 45-year reign and James II of Scotland became James II of England. The new king immediately took the company under royal patronage, transforming them into the king's men, a mark of favour that reflected their preeminent position in London's theatrical culture and provided enhanced status and protection. Through all these transitions, Shakespeare's extraordinary creative output formed the backbone of the company's repertory. The late 1590s and early 1600s saw the creation of his greatest comedies, including Much Ado About Nothing, As You Like It, and Twelfth Night, works that balanced romantic plots with increasingly complex explorations of identity, gender roles, and the nature of love. These same years witnessed history plays like Henry V, linking national mythology to contemporary concerns, and the beginning of his great tragic period with Julius Caesar, and then Hamlet, which expanded the psychological dimensions of theatrical character beyond anything previously seen on the English stage. The year 1601 brought personal and political challenges that may have influenced the increasingly somber tone of Shakespeare's work in this period. The Essex Rebellion, an unsuccessful coup attempt by Robert Devereux, Earl of Essex, implicated the Lord Chamberlain's men when the conspirators arranged a special performance of Richard II with its deposition scene on the eve of their uprising. Though the company appears to have been innocent of seditious intent, merely performing for pay, the incident highlighted the potential political dimensions of theatrical representation in this period. That same year also saw the death of Shakespeare's father, John Shakespeare, in Stratford. While William's success had helped restore the family's fortunes and status, his father did not live to see the full flowering of his son's achievements. This personal loss coincided with a period when Shakespeare's work began to explore darker themes with increased intensity, though any direct connection between biographical events and artistic direction remains speculative. The company suffered a severe blow in 1613 when their theatrical home, the Globe, burned to the ground during a performance of Shakespeare's Henry VIII, also known as All Is True. A theatrical cannon used for special effects ignited the thatched roof, and while no serious injuries were reported, the building was destroyed within 2 hours. The company's quick recovery from this disaster demonstrates their resources and resilience. They rebuilt the Globe with a tiled rather than thatched roof by the following year, maintaining their position as London's leading theatrical company despite this setback. Throughout these years of collaborative theatrical endeavour, Shakespeare's writing evolved in response to the company's needs, the capabilities of specific actors, and his own developing artistic vision. The Lord Chamberlain's Men King's Men provided not just a venue for his work, but a community of interpretation that helped shape the plays even as they were being created. Every aspect of their production, from the physical dimensions of their theatres to the vocal qualities of their leading actors, from their business requirements to their relationships with authorities, left its mark on the works that continue to be performed 4 centuries later. As the spring rain continues its gentle rhythm on the Globe's thatched roof, imagine the company assembling for rehearsal, Burbage working through the complex emotional journey of a new, tragic hero, Younger, actors practicing swordplay for an upcoming battle scene, musicians testing melodies for a new song to be incorporated into a comedy. Shakespeare moves among them, now offering a clarification to an actor struggling with a passage, now conferring with the company's bookkeeper, stage manager, about practical staging details, now simply observing as his words take physical form. In the vessel of performance, the theatre empties as evening approaches, and this day's work concludes. Perhaps Shakespeare walks with his colleagues to a nearby tavern, the Mermaid or the Falcon, where conversation might range from practical theatrical matters to literary debate, political gossip, or personal exchanges among men who have shared their creative lives for years. These unrecorded conversations, these daily collaborations, these shared moments of theatrical triumph and occasional disappointment all form the human context in which some of the greatest works of world literature were created and first performed. As night falls over London and candlelight replaces the fading day, Shakespeare perhaps returns to his lodgings to continue writing, adding to a manuscript that may become Othello, or Measure for Measure, or King Lear. The quill moves across the page, adding to the flow of words that will outlast not just their author, but the entire world he knew. Meanwhile, his theatrical companions, those who give his words life through voice and gesture, return to their own homes, resting before tomorrow brings another opportunity to transform ink and paper into living, breathing theatre. If insomnia is keeping you up tonight, you're not alone, and I truly understand how that feels. At least your favourite historian was here to keep you company with some timeless tales and fascinating figures. I like to mix in a bit of everything: ancient empires, strange events, forgotten rulers, so there's always something to distract the mind and ease you into rest. It's late now, so close your eyes when you're ready. I've got a cozy fire crackling and a warm cup of tea by my side. Until next time, sweet dreams and good night. The morning light filters through the window of a London lodging, illuminating a small writing table where sheets of paper bear the marks of a quill dipped in ink. William Shakespeare sits in contemplation, his mind weaving words into pattern, as intricate as the constellations that wheel across the night sky. It is the mid-1590s, and while his reputation as a playwright grows steadily, another facet of his genius is taking form in private, a sequence of sonnets that will eventually be recognized as among the most profound explorations of love, time, beauty, and mortality ever crafted in the English language. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? The line seems to hang in the air of the quiet room, as natural and inevitable as breath itself. Yet behind this apparently simple question lies a revolution in poetic expression, Shakespeare's extraordinary ability to transform the conventional into the transcendent through precision of language, depth of feeling, and an unmatched ear for the music inherent in English speech. The sonnet form that Shakespeare employed had arrived in England relatively recently, adapted from Italian models by poets like Sir Thomas Wyatt and Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey, in the early 16th century. The English or Shakespearean sonnet consists of 14 lines divided into 3 quatrains, 4-line stanzas, and a concluding couplet, typically following an A-B-A-B-C-D-Def-F-G-G rhyme scheme. This structure differs from the Italian or Petrarchan sonnet, which features an octave followed by a sestet, often with a pronounced turn or volta between these sections. Within this relatively constrained form, 14 lines of iambic pentameter. With a prescribed rhyme scheme, Shakespeare discovered seemingly limitless possibilities for expression. The 154 sonnets published in 1609, though likely written primarily in the 1590s, explore themes of beauty, desire, jealousy, betrayal, times, passage, mortality, and the power of art itself to transcend death. Unlike earlier sonnet sequences that typically focused exclusively on idealized, unattainable beloveds in the Petrarchan tradition, Shakespeare's collection presents a more complex emotional landscape populated by at least three primary figures. The fair youth, a young man of extraordinary beauty. The dark lady, a mysterious woman who inspires more sensual and conflicted emotions. And the rival poet, a competing writer who threatens the speaker's relationship with the fair youth. The precise circumstances of the sonnet's composition remain unknown, as does the identity of these figures, if, indeed, they correspond to actual individuals rather than literary constructs. Various candidates have been proposed for the fair youth, including Shakespeare's patron Henry Wriothesley, Earl of Southampton, or William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke. The dark lady and rival poet have inspired even more speculative identifications. Yet perhaps the biographical mysteries matter less than the emotional truths the sonnets convey, their remarkable ability to articulate complex states of feeling with precision and power. Shakespeare's mastery of language within the sonnets reveals itself not just in memorable phrases, the darling buds of May, the marriage of true minds, bare ruined choirs where late the sweet birds sang, but in his ability to develop ideas through subtle variations and extensions, building complex arguments through seemingly simple language. Consider how Sonnet 73 uses three distinct extended metaphors for aging: autumn, twilight, and a dying fire, each more immediate than the last, to create an emotional progression that culminates in the devastating simplicity of its final couplet. This thou perceiv'st, which makes thy love more strong, to love that well which thou must leave ere long. The language of the sonnets displays Shakespeare's characteristic blend of elevated diction and everyday speech, abstract, philosophical concepts and concrete sensory details. He moves effortlessly between registers, capable of both soaring lyricism and plain-spoken directness, often within the same poem. This range allows him to capture the multifaceted nature of human experience and emotion. Love is never simply idealized, but also physical, jealous, conflicted, and sometimes painful. Beauty is glorious but fleeting. Time is both enemy and teacher. While the sonnets represent Shakespeare's most concentrated work as a non-dramatic poet, his poetic gifts found expression in other forms as well. His narrative poems Venus and Adonis, 1593, and The Rape of Lucrece, 1594, both dedicated to the Earl of Southampton, were published during a period when plague closures had temporarily suspended theatrical activity in London. These works demonstrate Shakespeare's facility with classical material and his ability to render mythological and historical subjects with psychological insight and vivid sensory detail. Venus and Adonis, based on a story from Ovid's Metamorphoses, reverses traditional gender roles by presenting an aggressive goddess pursuing a reluctant mortal youth. The poem's lush, descriptive passages and erotic content made it enormously popular, requiring multiple reprints. It became, in fact, Shakespeare's most frequently republished work during his lifetime. The Rape of Lucrece, drawing on both Ovid and Livy, takes a more serious tone in its treatment of sexual violence and its political consequences in ancient Rome. Both poems showcase Shakespeare's versatility and his ability to adapt classical sources to contemporary literary tastes while infusing them with psychological complexity. The poetic sensibility evident in these non-dramatic works permeates Shakespeare's plays as well. Even as he revolutionized dramatic structure, character development, and theatrical representation, Shakespeare never abandoned the poet's concern with language as music, as image, as the vehicle for both intellectual precision and emotional truth. His dramatic verse seamlessly incorporates multiple poetic techniques: metaphor and simile, alliteration and assonance, personification and apostrophe, creating a rich linguistic texture that rewards both the ear of the auditor and the eye of the reader. The foundation of Shakespeare's dramatic verse is iambic pentameter, a meter consisting of 5 pairs of syllables with the stress on the second syllable of each pair. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? This rhythm approximates natural English speech patterns while providing a subtle underlying structure that can be varied for dramatic effect. Shakespeare increasingly loosened this metrical pattern as his career progressed, introducing more frequent substitutions, enjambment, continuing a sentence beyond the line break, and irregular line lengths to create more naturalistic speech rhythms and emphasize particular moments. Perhaps most famously, Shakespeare alternated between verse and prose within his plays, using each for specific dramatic purposes. Main characters typically speak in verse, especially in formal or elevated situations, while comic characters, servants, or characters in states of mental distress may speak in prose. This alternation creates rich textual contrast while also conveying information about social status, emotional state, and the nature of relationships between characters. In some plays, like Hamlet, a character's shift from verse to prose can signal a significant psychological change or a deliberate adoption of a different persona. Beyond these broader patterns, Shakespeare's dramatic language is characterized by an extraordinary density of figurative expression. Metaphors and similes cascade through his texts, often extending across multiple lines or evolving through a speech. Consider Macbeth's "Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow" soliloquy, where life is compared to a walking shadow, a poor player, and finally a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Each metaphor intensifying the mood of nihilistic despair. Or recall how Romeo describes Juliet through a progression of celestial images. It is the east, and Juliet is the sun, 2 of the fairest stars in all the heaven, creating a sense of transcendent beauty through comparisons that themselves become more radiant as the speech progresses. Shakespeare's gift for apt and unexpected metaphor extends to characters of all social levels. Even seemingly uneducated figures often speak in richly figurative language, as when the gravedigger in Hamlet employs legal terminology to discuss mortality, or when the gardeners in Richard II use horticultural metaphors to comment on political corruption. This democratic distribution of linguistic richness reflects Shakespeare's understanding that metaphorical thinking is not an elite intellectual activity, but a fundamental aspect of human cognition. We all make sense of our world through comparison and connection. Wordplay forms another distinctive feature of Shakespearean language. Puns, double entendres, and semantic ambiguities create multiple layers of meaning, engaging audiences in active interpretation rather than passive reception. Sometimes this wordplay serves primarily comic purposes, as in the bawdy jokes that punctuate even his tragedies. In other instances, it carries profound thematic weight, as when the dying Mercutio declares, "Ask for me tomorrow, and you shall find me a grave man," fusing humor and mortality in a single linguistic gesture. Shakespeare's vocabulary itself represents an extraordinary resource. His complete works employ around 20,000 distinct words, with estimates suggesting he may have introduced 1,800 or more words into the English language, many formed through innovative processes like adding prefixes and suffixes, converting nouns to verbs, or combining existing words into compounds. Terms we now take for granted, countless, critical, lonely, generous, frugal, dwindle, first appear in written English in Shakespeare's works, testifying to his linguistic creativity and his sensitivity to the expressive needs of the language. This lexical abundance reflects not just Shakespeare's personal creativity, but also the linguistic moment he inhabited. The Renaissance brought an influx of new words from classical languages and contemporary European tongues, expanding English vocabulary dramatically. Some conservative commentators lamented this inkhorn terminology, but Shakespeare navigated skillfully between linguistic innovation and accessibility, integrating new terms alongside familiar ones to create a rich yet comprehensible linguistic palette. Words in Shakespeare's hands become more than mere tools for communication. They become a medium for exploring consciousness itself. His soliloquies open windows into the minds of his characters, revealing thought processes, emotional conflicts, and moral reasoning with unprecedented psychological depth. Through techniques like self-questioning, self-correction, and shifts in rhythm and imagery, he creates the impression of thought forming in real time, of language shaping and being shaped by the movements of consciousness. Consider how Hamlet's "to be or not to be" soliloquy begins with a philosophical abstraction, moves through a series of concrete metaphors for suffering, expands to consider the unknown nature of death, and ultimately circles back to how this uncertainty affects action. In the present, the language traces not just the content of Hamlet's thoughts, but their structure and movement, the way one idea connects to another, how doubts qualify certainties, how the mind circles back to reconsider its own processes. This linguistic representation of consciousness remains one of Shakespeare's most revolutionary achievements, influencing how we conceive of and express human interiority. Shakespeare's poetic language functions not just as decoration, but as the primary means through which character is revealed and developed. His figures speak not in generic eloquence, but in distinctive verbal patterns that reflect their personalities, situations, and evolution throughout the plays. Othello's language, rich with exotic imagery drawn from his experiences as a warrior, and Traveller contrasts with Iago's more prosaic, practical speech, reflecting their different relationships to imagination and emotion. Lady Macbeth's commanding, visceral language in the early scenes gives way to fragmented, repetitive patterns after her guilt overcomes her, the linguistic change tracking her psychological disintegration. Time itself becomes a profound theme in Shakespeare's poetry, particularly in the sonnets. Time's thievish progress to eternity preoccupies him as he confronts both personal mortality and the inevitable decay of beauty, love, and earthly accomplishments. Yet against time's destructive power, he positions the preservative capacity of art, the ability of poetry to capture and transmit human experience across generations. Not marble nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive this powerful rhyme, he declares in Sonnet 55, and history has proven him correct in ways he could scarcely have imagined. As evening approaches and Shakespeare sets aside his quill, imagine the completed sonnet lying on the writing table, ink drying on the page. The words, "So long as men can breathe, or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee," seem almost to emit a subtle light in the gathering, dusk like stars becoming visible as darkness falls. These intricate patterns of language, these precise constellations of meaning and music, will indeed outlast their creator, guiding and illuminating generations yet unborn through the universal human experiences of love, loss, beauty, and the passage of time. Outside the window, London continues its daily rhythms, the calls of street vendors, the distant bells marking the hours, the steady flow of humanity through narrow streets and broad avenues. Shakespeare moves from his writing table, perhaps to join friends at a tavern, to attend to theatrical business, or simply to walk along the Thames as twilight settles over the city. The words he has crafted remain behind, seemingly inert on the page, yet containing worlds of feeling and insight waiting to be awakened by the mind and voice of each new reader. The stars emerge above London, eternal and unchanging, yet ever new to those who gaze upward. Shakespeare's words, too, possess this dual quality, anchored in the specific moment of their creation, yet continually renewed through the act of reception. Each reader, each actor who speaks his lines, each audience that hears them, brings something unique to the encounter, finding in these words both a mirror of their own experience and a window into other lives, other times, other possibilities of being human. As night deepens and the story pauses, the constellations of Shakespeare's language continue their silent revolution across the literary firmament. Words as stars, illuminating our common humanity through centuries of darkness, offering both guidance and beauty to those who raise their eyes to their enduring light. The autumn wind whispers through the streets of London as evening gathers around the Globe Theatre. Inside, the last echoes of the afternoon's performance, perhaps Hamlet or Othello, fade into silence as spectators disperse into the gathering dusk. William Shakespeare, now in his early 40s, stands on the empty stage where the deepest human sorrows have just been given voice and form. The year is approximately 1604, and he has entered what scholars would later call his great tragic period, creating works of such psychological depth and emotional power that they would forever change our understanding of both drama and human nature itself. This remarkable sequence of tragedies, beginning with Julius Caesar around 1599, continuing through Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth, and concluding with Antony and Cleopatra around 1607, represents perhaps the most extraordinary sustained creative achievement in Western dramatic literature. Within the span of roughly 8 years, Shakespeare created a series of protagonists whose struggles illuminate the full range of human experience, political idealism and its costs, existential doubt and the paralysis of intellect, jealousies, corrosive power, the relationship between suffering and wisdom, ambition's corruption of the soul, and the complex interweaving of love, power, and identity. The emergence of this tragic vision coincided with significant transitions in both Shakespeare's personal life and the broader cultural and political landscape of England. The death of his son Hamlet in 1596, though several years before the great tragedies began, may have contributed to his deepened understanding of loss and mourning. His father's death in 1601 marked another personal bereavement, while Queen Elizabeth's death in 1603 and the succession of James I represented a momentous cultural and political shift after 45 years of Elizabethan rule. Yet to attribute these magnificent artistic creations primarily to biographical circumstances would be reductive. The great tragedies emerge not just from personal experience but from Shakespeare's maturing artistic vision, his expanding psychological insight, and his increasingly profound engagement with the fundamental questions of human existence. They represent not a retreat from life into darkness, but a more comprehensive embrace of life's full complexity, including its sorrows, failures, and mysteries, alongside its joys, triumphs, and revelations. Hamlet, likely written around 1600–1601, stands as perhaps the most influential and widely discussed play in the Western canon. Its central figure, the Danish prince struggling with grief, moral uncertainty, and the gap between thought and action, has become an archetype of modern consciousness. The play's famous opening line, "Who's there?" establishes immediately its concern with identity and recognition, questions that reverberate throughout its complex exploration of selfhood, authenticity, and the mind's relationship to action. The language of Hamlet reveals Shakespeare at the height of his powers, crafting soliloquies that trace the movements of consciousness with unprecedented precision and subtlety. To be, or not to be, perhaps the most famous speech in English literature, examines suicide not primarily as a personal option, but as a philosophical problem, weighing the known pains of existence against the unknown possibilities of death. Throughout the play, Hamlet's language shifts between verse and prose, between elevated philosophical reflection and bitter humor, between clarity and deliberate obscurity, linguistic variations that embody his mental states and strategic self-presentations. The play's exploration of performance and authenticity extends beyond its protagonist to encompass nearly every character. Polonius instructs his son to present a crafted persona to the world. Claudius performs kingship while concealing murder. Ophelia struggles to reconcile contradictory roles imposed by father, brother, and lover. Even the players who perform the play within the play demonstrate how art can simultaneously conceal and reveal truth. This thematic concern with performance reflects not just the theatrical medium, but the increasingly self-conscious understanding of social identity emerging in early modern Europe. While Hamlet explores the paralysis that can result from excessive intellectual questioning, Othello, written around 1603-1604, examines the destruction wreaked by emotion untethered from critical reflection. The Venetian general, noble in his military capacity but vulnerable in his personal life, falls prey to jealousy skillfully cultivated by Iago. The play traces Othello's tragic journey from confident lover to murderous avenger with psychological precision, showing how Iago exploits both Othello's outsider status and the fundamental human tendency to doubt what we most desire to believe. The language of Othello contrasts the protagonist's rich, imaginative speech, filled with exotic references and sensuous imagery, with Iago's more prosaic, practical expressions. This linguistic distinction embodies their different relationships to imagination. Othello lives richly in a world of mental images that becomes his downfall when Iago plants the ocular proof of Desdemona's handkerchief, while Iago's more literal mind allows him to manipulate appearances without becoming emotionally entangled in his own deceptions. The play's verbal texture thus reinforces its thematic exploration of how perception shapes reality and how suggestibility can overwhelm reason. King Lear, composed around 1605-1606, represents perhaps the most cosmic in scope of Shakespeare's tragedies, setting human suffering against the backdrop of a seemingly indifferent universe. Beginning with Lear's disastrous decision to divide his kingdom based on his daughter's professions of love, the play follows the aged king's journey through madness to a kind of wisdom born of extreme suffering. Parallel to Lear's story runs the subplot of Gloucester and his sons, creating a complex meditation on parent-child relationships, generational conflict, and the nature of loyalty and betrayal. The storm scenes at the center of King Lear exemplify Shakespeare's ability to use setting as both literal environment and metaphorical expression of characters' inner states. As Lear rages against the elements, his external circumstances mirror his internal turmoil, while his growing compassion for others, poor naked wretches wheresoever you are, suggests how suffering can expand our capacity for empathy. The play's bleak vision is tempered by moments of profound human connection. Cordelia's reconciliation with her father, the fool's devoted companionship, Edgar's care for his blinded father, even the servant who dies attempting to prevent Cornwall's cruelty toward Gloucester. The language of King Lear ranges from the formal rhetoric of the court scenes to the fragmented utterances of madness, from elaborate curses to simple expressions of love and recognition. Particularly striking is Shakespeare's ability to convey states of consciousness beyond normal rational discourse. Lear's madness, Edgar's feigned lunacy as poor Tom, even Cordelia's silence in the opening scene, all represent mental conditions that transcend conventional speech yet find powerful expression through Shakespeare's linguistic inventiveness. Macbeth, the shortest and most intensely concentrated of the great tragedies, likely written around 1606, examines how ambition corrodes the soul and how violence, once initiated, creates its own terrible momentum. Beginning with the witches, prophecy that plants the seed of royal ambition in Macbeth's mind, the play traces with relentless precision how a single moral transgression, the murder of King Duncan, leads to an escalating series of crimes that ultimately strip life of all meaning for the protagonist. Lady Macbeth's infamous invocation to the spirits to unsex me here and fill her from the crown to the toe, topful of direst cruelty, establishes early the play's concern with how violence distorts natural human capacities, including gender, identity. The supernatural elements in Macbeth, the witches with their ambiguous prophecies, Banquo's ghost visible only to Macbeth, the apparitions in the cauldron scene, create an atmosphere where the boundary between objective reality and psychological projection becomes unclear. Are the witches external tempters or embodiments of Macbeth's own suppressed desires? Is Banquo's ghost a genuine spirit or a manifestation of guilt? Shakespeare leaves these questions deliberately unresolved, allowing the supernatural to function simultaneously as plot device, psychological symbol, and metaphysical suggestion. The language of Macbeth is remarkable for its compressed intensity, its persistent imagery of blood and darkness, and its evocation of a world where moral bearings have been lost. Macbeth's soliloquies trace his progressive isolation and dissociation from human feeling, from the tortured conscience evident in "If it were done when 'tis done," to the numb despair of tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. Even seemingly minor characters like the porter contribute to the play's linguistic texture, his drunken musings about equivocation providing ironic commentary on the duplicity that permeates the Scottish court. These great tragedies, along with Antony and Cleopatra, and the slightly earlier Julius Caesar, represent Shakespeare's most profound exploration of human suffering, moral complexity, and the relationship between individual psychology and broader social and cosmic forces, yet they never present suffering as merely meaningless or punishment as simply deserved. Instead, they examine how pain can lead to insight, how failure can reveal truth, how loss can deepen capacity for love and understanding. The worldview emerging from these works is neither simplistically optimistic nor bleakly nihilistic, but rather deeply attentive to the full spectrum of human experience. Characters achieve moments of profound understanding through their suffering. Lear learns compassion. Othello recognizes too late the value of what he has destroyed. Macbeth gains terrible clarity about the emptiness of his ambition. Hamlet achieves a kind of philosophical acceptance before his death. These insights come at devastating cost, yet they affirm that even in extremity, human consciousness can achieve moments of transcendent understanding. Shakespeare's approach to tragedy differs significantly from earlier models, both classical and medieval. Where Greek tragedy often portrayed protagonists destroyed by forces beyond their control, divine wrath, inherited curses, implacable fate, Shakespeare's tragic heroes participate more actively in their downfalls through choices that, while influenced by circumstance, remain expressions of their character and will. Where medieval tragedy emphasized the wheel of fortune and the transience of worldly success, Shakespeare integrates this perspective into a more psychological framework, examining how external reversal affects interior consciousness. The religious dimension of these tragedies remains deliberately ambiguous. Written in post-Reformation England, where religious identity had become both politically charged and increasingly personal, the plays avoid explicit theological pronouncements while engaging profound questions about justice, mercy, redemption, and the possibility of meaning in a world where divine purpose seems increasingly obscure. Characters. invoke Christian concepts and occasionally pray, yet the cosmic order suggested by the plays cannot be neatly identified with any single religious framework. This theological ambiguity reflects Shakespeare's broader artistic principle of presenting multiple perspectives rather than advocating a single viewpoint. His tragedies offer no simple moral lessons, but rather create complex ethical landscapes where virtues can lead to vulnerability, Desdemona's trust, Cordelia's honesty, where evil can be both horrifying and fascinating, Iago's manipulative skill, Lady Macbeth's determination, where good intentions can pave paths to disaster, Brutus's patriotism, Othello's desire for justice. This moral complexity reflects not relativism, but a deep understanding of how human values intersect and sometimes conflict in the messy reality of lived experience. The performance of these tragedies at the Globe Theatre created a unique relationship between the play's cosmic themes and their immediate theatrical embodiment. The theatre's architecture, with its stage extending into the audience space, its heaven-painted ceiling above, and its trap-door suggesting the underworld below, provided a physical microcosm that mirrored the play's philosophical scope. Standing in the yard or sitting in the galleries, spectators participated in a communal experience of contemplating ultimate questions through the medium of embodied storytelling. For the actors of the King's Men, as the Lord Chamberlain's men became after James I's accession in 1603, these plays presented unprecedented challenges and opportunities. Richard Burbage, the company's leading actor, created the roles of Hamlet, Othello, Lear, and Macbeth in quick succession, an extraordinary undertaking requiring immense emotional range and technical skill. Other company members navigated multiple roles across these complex dramas, their collaborative efforts creating the living tissue of performance, within which Shakespeare's language could achieve its full potential. As night falls completely over London and the last spectators disappear into darkness, imagine Shakespeare standing alone on the Globe's stage, perhaps contemplating the afternoon's performance of one of these searing tragedies. The wooden boards beneath his feet have witnessed the full spectrum of human emotion, from Hamlet's intellectual anguish to Lear's raging against the storm, from Othello's jealous torment to Macbeth's haunted conscience. In the silence after performance, perhaps he feels most keenly the strange alchemy of theatre, how words on a page become flesh through actors' bodies, how fictional suffering can awaken genuine compassion, how entertainment can become revelation. The wind continues its autumn song outside, rustling the last leaves that cling to branches, whispering of winter's approach. Within this season of natural decline, Shakespeare has created works that confront mortality's inevitability while affirming life's value. His tragedies acknowledge darkness without surrendering to despair, examine evil without denying goodness, present suffering without rejecting the possibility of meaning. They crown his achievement, not because they are more important than his comedies, histories, or later romances, but because they perhaps most fully embody his comprehensive vision of what it means to be human, capable of both terrible destruction and astonishing beauty, of both profound error and transformative insight. As Shakespeare leaves the empty theatre, walking through London streets now lit only by occasional lanterns and the moon's pale light, he carries within him the seeds of plays yet to be written, works that will move beyond tragedy to explore possibilities of reconciliation, forgiveness, and renewal. The night sky above him, scattered with stars like words across a page, contains both darkness and light. His great tragedies, too, encompass this duality, the darkness of suffering and the light of understanding that can sometimes, against all odds, emerge from our most profound sorrows. Dawn breaks over Warwickshire, washing the ancient forest of Arden in golden light that filters through leaves just beginning to show the first blush of autumn. This woodland, which Shakespeare knew from his childhood, would become immortalized as the setting for As You Like It, one of his most beloved comedies. The pastoral landscape, with its streams and deer, its shelter of trees and open meadows, provided the perfect backdrop for plays that often moved their characters from the constraints of court or city into the freedom of the natural world, where transformation, self-discovery, and the restoration of harmony could unfold. Throughout his career, alongside the histories and tragedies that explored the grand movements of politics and the depths of human suffering, Shakespeare created a remarkable body of comedies that celebrated life's joys, examined love's complexities, and imagined possibilities for reconciliation and renewal. From the early verbal fireworks of Love's Labour's Lost to the mature psychological complexities of Measure for Measure, these plays reveal a mind equally attuned to humankind's capacity for delight as for sorrow. The Shakespearean comedy follows no single formula, but certain elements recur with creative variations. Young lovers facing obstacles to their union, identity confusions often involving disguise or mistaken identity, movement from a restrictive social environment to a more liberating green world, the healing power of nature and festivity, and a conclusion that reintegrates characters into a renewed social order, typically through multiple marriages. Within this broad framework, Shakespeare explores an extraordinary range of tones and themes, from the almost farcical complications of the comedy of errors to the subtle psychological and ethical questions of the so-called problem comedies. A Midsummer Night's Dream, written in the mid-1590s, exemplifies the early comedy's magical atmosphere and structural ingenuity. Set in Athens and the enchanted forest beyond its walls, the play interweaves three distinct groups of characters: the aristocratic lovers whose romantic complications drive them into the woodland, the fairy realm inhabited by Oberon, Titania, and the mischievous Puck, and the mechanicals, working-class Athenians rehearsing a play for the Duke's wedding. These diverse social worlds, normally separate, collide in the forest to create both chaos and eventual harmony. The language of A Midsummer Night's Dream shifts brilliantly to reflect its different character groups. The nobles speak in formal, rhymed verse appropriate to their station. The fairies employ more lyrical, magical language filled with nature imagery. The mechanicals speak predominantly in prose, their malapropisms and literal-mindedness, creating much of the play's humour. Bottom, whose head is transformed into that of an ass, bridges these worlds, moving from the mechanical's realm into the fairy kingdom as Titania's enchanted lover, then returning to his companions with memories he cannot articulate, but that have clearly transformed him. Love in all its varieties, romantic passion, friendship, parental authority, fairy enchantment, drives the action of A Midsummer Night's Dream. The play explores how love can distort perception. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind, how it can shift unpredictably, as when the love potion redirects affections, and how it ultimately requires both illusion and clear-sightedness. The mechanical's hilariously inept performance of Pyramus and Thisbe at the play's conclusion serves as both comic relief and thematic commentary, presenting a darkly tragic love story in comically bungled form, reminding us how thin the boundary between tragedy and comedy can be. Much Ado About Nothing, composed around 1598-1599, demonstrates Shakespeare's increasing psychological sophistication within the comic form. The central relationship between Beatrice and Benedick, two sharp-witted individuals who proclaim their rejection of love while clearly harboring deeper feelings for each other, creates a more complex romantic dynamic than the more straightforward attractions of earlier comedies. Their merry war of words gradually transformed into mutual acknowledgement of love through the benevolent deception of their friends, presents courtship as a process of overcoming emotional defenses rather than external obstacles. Alongside this witty, mature romance runs the more conventional courtship of Hero and Claudio, whose relationship suffers a near-tragic rupture when Claudio is deceived into believing Hero unfaithful. This darker subplot, with its public humiliation of an innocent woman and the genuine pain it causes, pushes the boundaries of comedy toward more ambiguous emotional territory. The play's eventual resolution, while fulfilling the comic pattern of concluding with marriage, acknowledges the damage done and requires genuine contrition before harmony can be restored. The language of Much Ado About Nothing showcases Shakespeare's mastery of both prose and verse, often for contrasting purposes. The verbal sparring between Beatrice and Benedick unfolds primarily in witty prose, while more formal or emotional moments shift to verse. This linguistic flexibility allows Shakespeare to create scenes of remarkable tonal complexity, as when the public shaming of Hero at the intended wedding moves from ceremonial verse to shocked prose to Beatrice's impassioned defense of her cousin, language tracking the emotional and social disruptions of the moment. As You Like It, written around 1599, represents perhaps the fullest expression of Shakespeare's pastoral comedy. After Duke Frederick usurps his brother's position, the rightful Duke Senior retreats to the forest of Arden with his followers. His daughter Rosalind, subsequently banished by Frederick, also flees to the forest disguised as a young man named Ganymede, accompanied by her cousin Celia and the court fool Touchstone. There they encounter the exiled Duke's woodland court, various rustic inhabitants of the forest, and Orlando, Rosalind's love interest, who has independently sought refuge in Arden after being persecuted by his older brother. The forest of Arden becomes a space of liberation and transformation, where rigid social hierarchies dissolve, gender roles become fluid through disguise, and characters discover their authentic selves away from court artifice. Rosalind, in her male disguise, gains the freedom to express herself more directly and to test Orlando's love by having him woo Ganymede as if he were Rosalind. This complex gender play creates both comedy and psychological insight, exploring how identity is shaped by social expectations and how disguise can paradoxically reveal truth. The play's philosophical dimension emerges largely through two contrasting characters: the melancholy Jacques, whose famous "All the world's a stage" speech presents a somewhat cynical vision of human life as a progression through predetermined roles toward decline and death, and Touchstone, the professional fool whose earthy wit punctures pretension while affirming the value of natural impulses. Between these perspectives, one darkly contemplative, one comically pragmatic, the play navigates questions about the relationship between nature and civilization, appearance and reality, melancholy and mirth. Twelfth Night, written around 1601, continues Shakespeare's exploration of gender fluidity and the complex relationship between appearance and authentic feeling. After a shipwreck separates her from her twin brother Sebastian, Viola disguises herself as a young man named Cesario and enters the service of Duke Orsino, with whom she falls in love. Orsino sends Cesario to woo the Countess Olivia on his behalf, but Olivia instead falls in love with the disguised Viola. This triangle of misdirected desire creates both comedy and poignant exploration of how love can transcend conventional categories. The play's title refers to the 12th night after Christmas, traditionally a time of festivity and topsy-turvy role reversals before the return to ordinary time. This carnivalesque atmosphere permeates the play, where social hierarchies are temporarily inverted, as when the servants plot against the steward Malvolio, gender boundaries blur through disguise, and characters find themselves drawn to unexpected objects of desire. Music plays a particularly important role, with songs like "O Mistress Mine" and "Come Away Death" creating lyrical interludes that deepen the play's emotional resonance. The subplot involving Malvolio, the puritanical steward, tricked into believing Olivia loves him, pushes Twelfth Night into darker territory than many earlier comedies. His humiliation, culminating in his imprisonment as a madman, introduces an element of cruelty that the play's resolution does not entirely dispel. When Malvolio exits vowing, "I'll be revenged on the whole pack of you," his exclusion from the general reconciliation reminds us that festive harmony often comes at someone's expense, and that the restoration of order may silence legitimate grievances. After Twelfth Night, Shakespeare's comic writing took a notable turn toward more ambiguous territory in what critics have termed the problem comedies or dark comedies. Works like Troilus and Cressida, All's Well That Ends Well, and Measure for Measure. These plays fulfill the structural requirements of comedy by concluding with marriages and reconciliations, but they introduce moral and emotional complications that resist simple resolution. Sexual politics, power dynamics, and questions of justice receive more explicit examination, creating works that challenge rather than reinforce social conventions. Measure for Measure, perhaps the most complex of these later comedies, explores the relationship between justice and mercy, law and grace, externally imposed order, and genuine moral transformation. When Duke Vincentio temporarily hands power to his deputy Angelo and then disguises himself as a friar to observe the results, Angelo's rigid enforcement of long-neglected morality laws creates a crisis when he sentences the young nobleman Claudio to death for impregnating his fiancée before marriage. The plot further complicates when Angelo himself falls into moral hypocrisy, proposing to spare Claudio's life in exchange for sexual favors from Claudio's sister, Isabella, a novice nun. The play's resolution, while technically fulfilling comic requirements through multiple marriages, leaves significant moral questions unresolved. Isabella, who had been preparing to take religious vows, receives a marriage proposal from the Duke that the play does not show her accepting or rejecting. Angelo, whose crimes include attempted sexual coercion and the intended execution of Claudio, even after believing he had received the promised sexual payment, is punished primarily by being forced to honor his prior betrothal. These ambiguous elements make Measure for Measure a challenging work that anticipates the more complex resolutions of Shakespeare's late romances. Throughout the comedies, the figure of the fool or clown serves as both entertainer and truth-teller, a character whose licensed foolery allows him to speak truths that others cannot. From the rustic clowns of the early plays to the more sophisticated fools like Touchstone, Fester in Twelfth Night, and the unnamed fool in King Lear, these characters combine entertainment with insight, often serving as commentators who highlight the folly of those presumed wiser than themselves. Their songs, jokes, and seemingly nonsensical observations frequently contain deeper wisdom than the reasoned arguments of more serious characters. Shakespeare's comic vision embraces the full spectrum of humor, from physical slapstick and bawdy double entendres to sophisticated wordplay and gentle character comedy. Yet even at its most light-hearted, his comic writing never loses sight of the potential for pain, confusion, and loss that accompanies human experience. Love in the comedies brings joy but also vulnerability. Festivity creates community, but sometimes at the expense of outsiders. Reconciliation offers hope for the future while acknowledging past wounds. This balance between celebration and acknowledgement of life's complexities distinguishes Shakespeare's comic vision from simpler forms of entertainment. His comedies affirm life's pleasures, love, friendship, natural beauty, festive communion, while recognizing the threats to these values from both external social forces and internal human weaknesses. The result is a body of work that invites laughter while engaging mind and heart, that entertains while expanding our understanding of both ourselves and others. As the sun rises higher over the imagined forest of Arden, its light illuminating glades where fairy revels might have taken place during midsummer nights, where shepherds might have composed love songs to uninterested shepherdesses, where exiled dukes might have found tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything, we can sense the wellspring of Shakespeare's comic imagination. The natural world, not idealized but tangibly real with its seasons, weather, plants, and animals, provided both setting and metaphor for his explorations of human nature in all its foolishness and wisdom, its capacity for cruelty and kindness, its vulnerability to passion, and its resilience through hardship. The comedies remind us that Shakespeare's genius encompassed not just the tragic recognition of life's pain, but also the comic celebration of its joys, that his understanding of what it means to be human was capacious enough to include both tears and laughter, both the fool's cap and the lover's garland. When we accept the invitation to enter the forest of Arden, the enchanted woodland outside Athens, the Illyrian coast, or any of the other imaginative spaces his comedies create, we participate in a vision of life that acknowledges darkness while affirming light, that recognizes constraints while imagining freedom, that honors both wisdom and folly as essential components of our shared humanity. As the forest dapples with shifting patterns of sunlight and shadow, a gentle breeze stirring leaves overhead, perhaps we can imagine Shakespeare himself walking these woodland paths, gathering impressions that would later be transformed into the settings for his green world comedies. The Warwickshire countryside of his youth provided not just physical landscapes, but an emotional geography that shaped his understanding of the relationship between human society and the natural world, between the civilizing constraints of law and the liberating possibilities of temporary escape from those constraints. The path through the forest eventually leads back to town, to the theatre, where these woodland dreams would take physical form through the alchemy of performance. The comedies, with their movement from confusion to clarity, from division to unity, from winter to spring, remind us of theatre's own transformative power, its ability to create communal experience that, like the best festivities within the plays themselves, temporarily dissolves boundaries between people while acknowledging the realities to which we must all return. The morning mist hangs low over the battlefield at Agincourt, a phantom army summoned by memory and imagination. In the great hall of a London tavern, Falstaff holds court among his companions, his enormous appetite for life as expansive as his physical girth. Within the stone confines of the Tower of London, Richard II contemplates the hollow nature of kingship as he relinquishes his crown. These scenes, one martial, one comic, one contemplative, capture something of the extraordinary range of Shakespeare's history plays, works that transform the raw material of English chronicles into dramatic explorations of power, legitimacy, leadership, and national identity that continue to resonate across centuries. Between approximately 1589 and 1599, Shakespeare created a remarkable sequence of plays based on English history, primarily drawing from Raphael Holinshed's Chronicles and other historical sources. These works, the three parts of Henry VI, Richard III, Richard II, the two parts of Henry IV, Henry V, and King John, collectively span nearly 3 centuries of English history, from the reign of King John in the early 13th century to the establishment of the Tudor dynasty after the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485. Though not written in strict chronological order of their historical settings, these plays create a sweeping narrative of England's journey through civil strife toward national coherence, exploring how personal character shapes political outcomes and how the nation's identity emerges through both triumph and disaster. The tetralogy covering the War of the Roses, the three Henry VI plays and Richard III, examines the devastating consequences of internal division, while the second tetralogy, often called the Henriad, comprising Richard II, the two parts of Henry IV and Henry V, traces the education of an ideal king whose victory at Agincourt would become a defining moment in English national mythology. Richard II, though written after the Henry VI plays and Richard III, presents the historical starting point for the conflicts that would eventually culminate in the Wars of the Roses. The play centres on the deposition of Richard II by his cousin Henry Bolingbroke, who becomes Henry IV, an act that disrupts the divinely ordained succession of kings and creates a crisis of legitimacy that haunts subsequent generations. Shakespeare portrays Richard as a complex figure, poetically gifted but politically inept, capable of profound self-awareness, yet fatally disconnected from political reality. The language of Richard II stands among Shakespeare's most lyrical, with Richard himself speaking in richly metaphorical verse that reveals both his genuine sensitivity and his tendency to aestheticize political realities rather than address them practically. His famous prison soliloquy, where he attempts to hammer out a reconciliation between his world and his identity through elaborate comparison, showcases both his intellectual agility and his fundamental passivity. Thus play I in one person many people, and none contented. This verbal brilliance contrasts with the more direct, pragmatic language of Bolingbroke, whose political effectiveness stems partly from his ability to speak plainly and connect with ordinary subjects. The two parts of Henry IV shift focus to Bolingbroke's son, Prince Hal, the future Henry V, and his education in kingship through experiences across the social spectrum. These plays innovatively combine history, comedy, and coming-of-age narrative, with Hal navigating between the political world of his father's court and the tavern world of Falstaff and his companions. This dual apprenticeship provides the prince with a comprehensive understanding of the nation he will eventually rule, not just its political structures, but its ordinary citizens, their language, concerns, and values. Sir John Falstaff, one of Shakespeare's most beloved creations, dominates the comic portions of the Henry IV plays. His enormous physical presence matches his outsized personality, witty, irreverent, cowardly, yet strangely courageous, morally suspect, yet irresistibly life-affirming. Through Falstaff, Shakespeare explores perspectives that stand outside official histories and political narratives, pragmatic self-preservation instead of martial honor, sensual enjoyment instead of public duty, verbal dexterity instead of moral rectitude. Falstaff's famous soliloquy on honor, "Can honor set to a leg? No. Or an arm? No. Or take away the grief of a wound? No," offers a deflating counterpoint to the aristocratic values that drive much historical action. The relationship between Hal and Falstaff forms the emotional core of these plays, with the prince's inevitable rejection of his mentor in favor of royal duty creating one of the most poignant moments in the history cycle. When the newly crowned Henry V declares, "I know thee not, old man, fall to thy prayers," he fulfills his political obligation at enormous personal cost, sacrificing genuine human connection for the abstract responsibilities of kingship. This moment crystallizes a central tension in the history plays between the demands of effective rule and the full expression of human feeling. Henry V, the culmination of the second tetralogy, presents Shakespeare's most extensively developed portrait of effective leadership. The young king combines his father's political pragmatism with a charismatic ability to inspire diverse followers, exemplified in the famous St. Crispin's Day speech before the Battle of Agincourt. Yet Shakespeare's portrayal remains subtly ambiguous. Alongside Henry's heroic aspects, the play acknowledges the human costs of war, the moral complications of conquest, and the performance aspect of kingship. The chorus's invitation to use imaginary forces to supplement the theatre's limitations becomes a metaphor for how royal authority itself depends on collective imagination and belief. The earlier tetralogy, the three parts of Henry VI and Richard III, presents a darker vision of English history, tracing the collapse of order into civil war and the rise of Richard of Gloucester, later Richard III, whose ruthless ambition and moral deformity mirror the corrupted body politic he temporarily rules. These plays, likely among Shakespeare's earliest works, show him developing his dramatic technique through increasingly complex characterization and thematic sophistication. While the Henry VI plays sometimes struggle to organize their sprawling historical material into focused, dramatic action, they contain remarkable scenes that foreshadow Shakespeare's mature accomplishments: the death of Talbot and his son in Part 1, the revolt led by Jack Cade in Part 2, and the horrific scene where a son realizes he has killed his father and a father realizes he has killed his son in Part 3, all demonstrate his growing ability to distill historical complexity into powerful theatrical moments. Richard III, with its charismatic villain protagonist who directly addresses the audience as confidant and co-conspirator, represents a quantum leap in dramatic technique. Richard's opening soliloquy, "Now is the winter of our discontent, made glorious summer by this son of York," immediately establishes his brilliance, resentment, and dangerous charm. His rise and fall creates a dynamic narrative structure culminating in the Battle of Bosworth Field, where the death of Richard and the ascension of Henry Tudor, later Henry VII, establishes the Tudor dynasty that would eventually produce Queen Elizabeth I, the monarch, during most of Shakespeare's career. The relationship between these history plays and their historical sources reveals Shakespeare's approach to historical material. While he remained broadly faithful to his chronicle sources, he freely compressed time, combined or invented characters, simplified complex political situations, and added dramatic elements that served his artistic purposes. His primary concern was not documentary accuracy but dramatic truth, the exploration of how power operates, how character shapes historical outcomes, and how individual lives intersect with larger historical movements. The political context in which Shakespeare wrote these plays inevitably influenced their content and reception. The Tudor dynasty, established after the Wars of the Roses concluded at Bosworth Field, had a vested interest in portraying that conflict as a period of chaos and suffering resolved by their ascension to the throne. Richard III, the last Yorkist king, became particularly demonized in Tudor historical accounts, a portrayal that Shakespeare largely, though not uncritically, adopted. Yet while working within this broadly Tudor framework, Shakespeare's plays transcend simple propaganda through their psychological complexity, moral ambiguity, and willingness to explore multiple perspectives on political legitimacy. Elizabeth I's reign, during which most of these plays were written, provided a specific lens through which to view English history. As the last Tudor monarch with no direct heir apparent, Elizabeth's rule raised anxieties about succession and political stability that resonate through Shakespeare's histories. The deposition of Richard II was particularly sensitive material, with the Queen reportedly remarking, "I am Richard II, know ye not that?" After the Earl of Essex's supporters arranged a special performance of the play on the eve of their 1601 rebellion. This comment, whether accurately reported or not, indicates the contemporary political relevance of these ostensibly historical dramas. The concept of national identity receives extensive exploration throughout the history plays. Shakespeare examines how England defines itself both internally through the relationship between monarch and subjects, the tension between social classes, the integration of regional identities, and externally, primarily, through conflict with France. The famous scene in Henry V, where the king moves in disguise among his soldiers before Agincourt, hearing their doubts and concerns, suggests that true national identity must encompass diverse perspectives rather than impose unity from above. Language itself becomes a marker of identity in these plays, with Shakespeare using different speech patterns to characterize various social and regional groups. The scene in Henry V where Princess Catherine attempts to learn English, or where the Scottish, Irish and Welsh captains interact with their English counterpart, demonstrates Shakespeare's awareness of how language both divides and potentially unites the diverse elements that would eventually form Great Britain. His own linguistic virtuosity allows him to represent this diversity while integrating it into coherent dramatic structures. Women in the history plays, though fewer in number than male characters, often play crucial roles in the political narrative. Margaret of Anjou's development across the Henry VI plays and into Richard III traces her transformation from innocent French princess to formidable political actor to prophetic voice cursing those who wronged her. The Duchess of York in Richard III confronts her son's monstrosity with maternal authority that temporarily pierces his rhetorical defences. Lady Percy in Henry IV Part I voices the human cost of political ambition when she questions Hotspur about his distracted state and emotional absence. These and other female characters provide essential counterpoints to the predominantly masculine world of political and military action. The contrast between public and private realms runs throughout the history plays, with characters struggling to reconcile personal feeling with political necessity. Henry Bolingbroke must set aside his genuine grief for his exiled father to pursue political advancement. Hal must reject Falstaff to become an effective king. Richard II discovers his common humanity only after losing his crown. This tension between the personal and political creates much of the psychological complexity that distinguishes Shakespeare's histories from simpler chronicles or propaganda. Shakespeare's innovative dramatic structure in these plays, particularly the second tetralogy, allows him to present history not as a simple linear progression, but as a complex interaction between different social worlds, temporal perspectives, and modes of understanding. The tavern scenes in Henry IV provide not just comic relief, but alternative value systems and historical perspectives that complement and sometimes undermine the official narratives of the court. The chorus in Henry V explicitly addresses the limitations of theatrical representation while inviting the audience to participate in creating historical meaning through imagination, a meta-theatrical device that calls attention to how all historical understanding involves active interpretation rather than passive reception. As afternoon light slants through the high windows of Westminster Hall, where parliaments have gathered and kings have been crowned since the 11th century, imagine Shakespeare absorbing the atmosphere of this historic space, perhaps during a visit to London as a youth, or during his years as an established playwright. The massive hammer-beam roof overhead, the worn stone beneath his feet, the sense of accumulated time and power embedded in the very walls, all would have contributed to his understanding of how history shapes physical space and how physical space in turn shapes the experience of history. The Thames flows nearby, as it did when Richard II returned from Ireland to find his kingdom slipping from his grasp, as it did when Henry V embarked for France with his army, as it did when the body of Richard III was displayed after Bosworth to confirm his death and the end of Yorkist rule. The river, like history itself, maintains its identity while constantly changing, carrying the residue of past events while flowing inevitably toward an unknown future. Shakespeare's history plays capture this paradoxical quality, the sense that history is both determined by what has already occurred and open to new interpretations and understandings. In Westminster Abbey, the tombs of kings and queens create a physical chronology of English rule, stone effigies preserving royal images in permanent repose. Yet Shakespeare's histories bring these figures back to life, not as idealized monuments, but as complex human beings whose personal qualities, choices, and relationships shaped the nation's development. Through his dramatic imagination, the abstract progression of monarchs becomes a living narrative of ambition and constraint, triumph and failure, political calculation, and human connection. The history plays collectively create what might be called England's national epic, not a simple glorification of past achievements, but a nuanced exploration of how national identity emerges through conflict, compromise, and the integration of diverse elements into a coherent whole. They look backward to understand the present, using the distance of historical setting to examine contemporary questions about political legitimacy, effective leadership, the relationship between ruler and ruled, and the moral dimensions of power as twilight gathers in the ancient hall and shadows lengthen across stone floors trod by generations of English monarchs, legislators, and citizens. The echoes of Shakespeare's historical imagination continue to resonate. Through his dramatic alchemy, the raw material of chronicles and historical accounts was transformed into living theatre that captured not just what happened, but what it meant, how the great movements of armies and the intimate decisions of individual hearts together created the ongoing story of a nation discovering itself through time. These works, though rooted in specifically English historical material, transcend their particular context to explore universal questions about power, identity, and the relationship between individual character and historical circumstance. They remind us that history is not simply what happened in the past, but an ongoing conversation between past and present, between official narratives and marginalized perspectives, between what is documented and what must be imagined. In giving voice to this conversation through the immediate medium of theatre, Shakespeare created works that continue to speak to audiences around the world, inviting us to consider how our own identities, personal, communal, and national, are shaped by the stories we tell about our shared past. The year is 1610 and winter light falls gently through the windows of the Blackfriars Theatre in London, where the King's Men are rehearsing a new play by William Shakespeare. Unlike the open-air Globe, this indoor playhouse offers shelter from the elements, allowing for performances throughout the year. The candlelight creates a more intimate atmosphere, appropriate for the magical, contemplative work taking shape on the stage. The Tempest, a play that many would later see as Shakespeare's farewell to the theatrical world he had helped to transform. Now approaching 50 years of age, Shakespeare has entered what scholars would later call his late or Romance period, creating a series of plays that defy simple generic classification. Pericles, Cymbeline, The Winter's Tale, and The Tempest, written between approximately 1608 and 1611, combine elements of tragedy, comedy, and pastoral, with new emphasis on reconciliation, forgiveness, and the healing potential of time. These works, often featuring shipwrecks, lost children, rediscovered in adulthood, seemingly magical resurrections, and the restoration of broken relationships, suggest a dramatic vision moving beyond the stark, tragic recognition of life's sorrows toward the possibility of redemption and renewal. The biographical context of these final plays includes significant transitions in Shakespeare's life, evidence suggests he began spending more time in Stratford and less in London during this period, though he maintained his connections with the king's men and continued to write for them. In 1608, his mother, Mary Arden Shakespeare, died. In 1609, his sonnets were published, perhaps without his direct involvement. In 1613, the Globe Theatre burned down during a performance of Henry VII, which Shakespeare may have co-written with John Fletcher, though it was quickly rebuilt. These years also saw two of his daughters marry, Susanna to the physician, John Hall in 1607, and Judith to Thomas Quiney, a vintner, in February 1616, just weeks before Shakespeare's death. Against this backdrop of personal transition, Shakespeare created works that seem particularly concerned with legacy, reconciliation, and the perspective that comes with age. The late plays share certain distinctive features, plots that span many years or even decades. Younger generation, whose rediscovered existence offers hope for the future. Older characters facing the consequences of past errors, seemingly miraculous events that suggest supernatural intervention but often receive rational explanations, and an increased use of spectacle, music, and dance that takes advantage of the indoor theatre's technical capabilities. The Tempest, likely written around 1610–1611, distills many of these elements into Shakespeare's most concentrated and unified late work. Set on an isolated island where the deposed Duke of Milan, Prospero, has lived for 12 years with his daughter Miranda after being overthrown by his brother Antonio, the play unfolds over a single day when Prospero's magical arts bring his enemies to the island, creating an opportunity for both justice and reconciliation. With the assistance of the spirit Ariel, and despite the resistance of the island's original inhabitant Caliban, Prospero orchestrates a complex series of encounters that lead to his restoration to power, his daughter's engagement to the Prince of Naples, and his own renunciation of magical arts. The figure of Prospero has often been seen as a partial self-portrait of Shakespeare the artist, a creator who uses illusion to shape reality, who exercises power over both natural and supernatural elements, who both punishes and forgives those who have wronged him, and who ultimately chooses to break his staff and drown his book, setting aside his magical powers. Prospero's famous epilogue, which asks the audience for applause to release him from the island, has been read as Shakespeare's own farewell to the stage. Now my charms are all o'erthrown, and what strength I have's mine own, which is most faint. The island setting of The Tempest provides both literal location and metaphorical resonance. Isolated from Milan's political world, it becomes a laboratory where Prospero can educate his daughter, develop his magical arts, and eventually stage the encounters that will lead to reconciliation. For the shipwrecked visitors, the island's unfamiliarity creates disorientation that makes them vulnerable to Prospero's manipulations, but also potentially open to transformation. For modern readers, the relationship between Prospero, Ariel, and Caliban has suggested analogies to colonialism, European appropriation of lands already inhabited by indigenous peoples, whose labor and knowledge are exploited while their rights and humanity are denied. Music plays an especially significant role in The Tempest, with Ariel's songs creating an otherworldly atmosphere and influencing the emotional states of the human characters. "Full fathom 5 thy father lies," sung to Ferdinand about his supposedly drowned father, transforms grief into wonder through its image of sea change. "Nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange." This transformative power of art to reshape reality and emotion stands at the heart of the play's concern with illusion, perception, and reconciliation. The Winter's Tale, written around 1609–1611, explores similar themes of loss and restoration, but over a much longer time span and with greater emphasis on the healing power of time. The play's first half resembles tragedy, as King Leontes of Sicilia succumbs to irrational jealousy, accusing his pregnant wife Hermione of adultery with his friend Polixenes. His actions lead to the apparent death of Hermione, the actual death, of their son Mamilius, and the abandonment of their infant daughter Perdita, who is left on the coast of Bohemia. The play then leaps forward 16 years, shifting to pastoral comedy as Perdita, raised by shepherds unaware of her royal birth, falls in love with Florizel, the son of Polixenes. Their relationship eventually brings all parties back to Sicilia, where Perdita's identity is revealed, and Hermione, who has not actually died but has been living in seclusion, is reunited with her husband and daughter in one of Shakespeare's most moving scenes. The statue of Hermione seemingly coming to life as music plays and Paulina directs the onlookers to awake your faith creates a moment of apparent miracle that embodies the play's central theme, the possibility of restoration after devastating loss. The famous stage direction exit pursued by a bear marks the transition between the play's tragic first half and its comic second half, as the servant Antigonus, having abandoned the infant Perdita, meets his death. This abrupt shift from tragedy to comedy, from winter to spring, from the court to the countryside, creates structural challenges that Shakespeare resolves through the character of Time personified, who appears as chorus to acknowledge the artistic liberty taken with chronology. I turn my glass and give my scene such growing chid as you had slept between. Cymbeline, likely written around 1609–1610, creates a similarly complex generic mixture combining elements of British historical legend, Roman history, fairy tale, and pastoral romance. Set in ancient Britain during the reign of Augustus Caesar, the play follows the secretly married Imogen, daughter of King Cymbeline, whose husband Posthumus is banished after their marriage is discovered. A wager concerning Imogen's fidelity leads to false evidence of her infidelity, Posthumus's order for her death, her escape disguised as a boy, and a series of improbable encounters and revelations that eventually restore justice and harmony. The play's structure deliberately pushes the boundaries of plausibility, accumulating coincidences and revelations until the final scene requires extensive narration to clarify the complex plot. This emphasis on wonder and surprise rather than psychological realism marks a shift from the intense interiority of the great tragedies toward a more emblematic, symbolic mode that accommodates both human complexity and providential design. The play concludes with reconciliation not just between the individual characters, but between Britain and Rome, suggesting the integration of seemingly opposite principles into a harmonious whole. Pericles, the earliest of the late romances, probably written around 1607–1608 and potentially co-authored with George Wilkins, establishes many patterns that would be developed in the later plays. Its episodic structure follows the adventures of Pericles, Prince of Tyre, across many years and locations, including multiple shipwrecks, the birth of his daughter Marina during a storm at sea, the apparent death and miraculous preservation of his wife Thaisa, and the eventual reunion of the family after Marina, having been separated from her father in childhood, is nearly forced into prostitution, but preserves her virtue through eloquence and moral strength. The play's narrator, John Gower, based on the medieval poet, provides commentary that explicitly acknowledges the story's ancient, legendary quality and invites the audience to use their imaginary forces to supplement the theatre's limitations. This meta-theatrical element, combined with spectacular scenes like storms at sea and the resurrection of the apparently dead Thaisa by the physician Cerimon, creates a dramatic experience that balances the emotional power of family separation and reunion with an awareness of the story's constructed, artificial nature. Collaborative authorship becomes increasingly likely in Shakespeare's final works. Henry VIII and the two noble kinsmen, neither included in the first folio of 1623, are generally considered to be co-written with John Fletcher, who succeeded Shakespeare as the principal playwright for the King's Men. This collaboration suggests a gradual transition rather than an abrupt retirement, with Shakespeare perhaps mentoring his successor while reducing his own active involvement in the company. The late play's focus on reconciliation, forgiveness, and intergenerational renewal has often been connected to Shakespeare's own life circumstances during this period, as he approached the end of his theatrical career and spent more time in Stratford. Thoughts of legacy, both artistic and familial, may have naturally occupied his mind. The image of children separated from parents and then reunited in adulthood, central to all four late romances, suggests a concern with continuity across generations that might maintain family connections while allowing for the natural processes of change and renewal. Around 1610–1611, Shakespeare appears to have begun transitioning more permanently from London to Stratford. Although he maintained his connections with the King's Men and continued to receive income from his shares in the company, evidence suggests he was spending more time in his hometown. His purchase of a gatehouse in Blackfriars in 1613 may have been primarily an investment rather than a residence, while his presence in Stratford is documented through various legal and business transactions during these years. New Place, the substantial house Shakespeare had purchased in 1597, became his primary residence during these final years. The second largest house in Stratford, with about 10 fireplaces and extensive grounds, it represented both material success and social standing, a far cry from the declining fortunes of John Shakespeare that the young William had witnessed in his youth. The house stood on Chapel Street, facing the Guild Chapel, not far from the grammar school Shakespeare had attended as a boy. This return to the physical centre of his hometown suggests a symbolic completion of a life journey that had taken him to London's theatrical world and back again to his roots. What was daily life like for Shakespeare during these Stratford years? We can only speculate based on fragmentary evidence, but it likely included attention to business matters related to his properties and investments, participation in local affairs as one of the town's leading citizens, entertainment of visitors from London, including perhaps fellow actors and writers, and time spent with his family, including his wife Anne, his daughter Susanna, and her husband John Hall, his daughter Judith, and his granddaughter Elizabeth Hall, born in 1608. The Shakespeare household at New Place would have included servants to maintain the substantial property, and perhaps Shakespeare's wife Anne played a role in overseeing domestic operations. The garden likely provided both practicality and pleasure, with areas for growing herbs and vegetables alongside ornamental plantings and spaces for walking and contemplation. Did Shakespeare continue to write during these years, perhaps working on manuscripts in a private study within the house? The question remains unanswered, though the collaborative nature of his final plays suggests at least a gradual reduction in his theatrical output. Stratford itself had changed since Shakespeare's youth, though perhaps less dramatically than he had changed during his years in London. The market town of about 2,000 inhabitants still centred on its weekly markets and agricultural rhythms, but Shakespeare's status within it had been transformed from the son of a glover with declining fortunes to one of its wealthiest and most prominent citizens. His return represented both a personal homecoming and a social ascension, the local boy who had made good in the capital and now returned as a gentleman. The natural landscape around Stratford, which had informed Shakespeare's imagination from childhood, continued to provide both physical setting and metaphorical resource during these final years. The River Avon, the fields and woods of Warwickshire, the changing seasons and weather, all had found expression in his plays, transformed by his poetic imagination, yet retaining their essential character as elements of English rural life. His return to this landscape might be seen as a return to primary sources of inspiration, a reconnection with foundational experiences that had shaped his understanding of the natural world and human nature alike. Shakespeare's relationship with the theatrical world during these years remains somewhat unclear. Did he travel occasionally to London to oversee productions of his later plays? Did members of the King's Men visit him in Stratford, perhaps bringing news of performances or discussing new works? Did he maintain correspondence with former colleagues? The historical record offers few definitive answers, but the collaborative nature of theatre makes complete separation unlikely, especially given his continuing financial interest in the company. The transition from London's urban intensity to Stratford's more measured pace might have provided perspective on both worlds, the ability to see each more clearly through contrast with the other. This dual vision informs the late plays, where court and countryside, civilization and nature, youth and age, male and female perspectives are brought into relationship rather than opposition. The mature Shakespeare seems less interested in declaring one perspective superior than in exploring how seemingly contrary elements might be integrated into a more comprehensive understanding. As health began to fail in early 1616, Shakespeare prepared his will, which was signed on March 25th of that year. The document, with its careful attention to the disposition of his property and possessions, offers glimpses of both practical concerns and personal relationships. The famous bequest to his wife of the second-best bed with the furniture has been interpreted variously as a slight, as a meaningful personal gift, since the best bed was typically reserved for guests, or simply as one item among many in a legal document that presumed Anne would be provided for through customary widow's rights. More revealing, perhaps, are provisions that attempt to secure his legacy through the male line despite having no living son. The bulk of his estate went to his elder daughter, Susanna, and her husband, with provisions designed to pass it to the heirs male of her body, and only in their absence to his younger daughter Judith and her heirs. This preference for maintaining property through male descent reflects conventional practice of the time, while also suggesting concern with how the Shakespeare name and property would continue after his death. Shakespeare died on April 23, 1616, traditionally observed as his 52nd birthday, though the exact date of his birth is unrecorded. He was buried 2 days later in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, the same church where he had been baptized in 1564. The stone slab covering his grave bears the famous curse against moving his bones. Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man that spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones. This unusual inscription has preserved his original burial place, while the nearby wall monument, erected within a few years of his death, commemorates him as both writer, holding a quill pen, and gentleman, with the coat of arms granted to his father in 1596. News of Shakespeare's death seems to have made relatively little immediate impact in the literary world, with no printed elegies or public commemorations recorded in 1616. This apparent oversight likely reflects his semi-retirement from London's theatrical scene rather than any diminishment of his reputation. When Ben Jonson published his collected works in 1616, the precedent helped pave the way for the 1623 First Folio of Shakespeare's plays, which firmly established his literary legacy and began the process of canonization that continues to this day. As twilight settles over Stratford and lights begin to appear in windows along Henley Street, Chapel Street, and High Street, imagine the town preparing for night as it had for centuries before Shakespeare's birth and would for centuries after his death. The river continues its patient journey, the distant hills fade into darkness, stars emerge in the clearing sky. Within this eternal landscape, One life, extraordinary in its creative achievement yet bound by the same mortal limitations as all human lives, has reached its conclusion. Yet the worlds created through Shakespeare's imagination continue their independent existence, transmitted through the medium of language from generation to generation. Prospero's Island, with its spirits and shipwrecked nobles, the pastoral Bohemia where Perdita grows to womanhood among shepherds, the ancient Britain of Cymbeline, the Mediterranean shores where Pericles experiences loss and restoration, these imagined spaces remain accessible to all who enter through the portal of Shakespeare's texts, revitalized through each new reading, performance, and interpretation. The final tempest has subsided. The magician has broken his staff and drowned his book. Yet the transformative power of his art continues to work upon us, inviting us to experience both the sorrows and joys of human existence with greater clarity and compassion, to recognize ourselves in characters separated from us by centuries, and to find in language the means to articulate what might otherwise remain unexpressed in our own hearts and minds. The morning fog lifts slowly from the banks of the River Avon, revealing the graceful spire of Holy Trinity Church rising above the trees of Stratford-upon-Avon. Inside, sunlight filters through stained glass windows, illuminating the simple stone slab in the chancel that marks William Shakespeare's grave. The year is 1623, 7 years after the playwright's death, and in London a remarkable book is being prepared for publication, a volume that will secure Shakespeare's literary immortality and shape how future generations encounter his work. Mr. William Shakespeare's comedies, histories, and tragedies, known today as the First Folio. This substantial book, printed in the large and prestigious folio format, typically reserved for serious works of scholarship, religious texts, or books intended for noble libraries, represented an extraordinary effort to preserve and present Shakespeare's dramatic works. Compiled by John Heminges and Henry Condell, longtime colleagues in the King's Men, the First Folio contained 36 plays, 18 of which had never before been published and might otherwise have been lost to history. Without this groundbreaking publication, masterpieces like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, As You Like It, Antony and Cleopatra, and Julius Caesar might exist only as tantalizing titles. Their contents vanished like so many other plays from the period. The creation of the First Folio involved considerable editorial work by Heminges and Condell, who gathered manuscripts, earlier printed versions, known as quartos, and possibly prompt books used in theatrical productions to assemble relatively complete texts of the plays. Their dedicatory materials suggest both personal devotion to their deceased colleague and a desire to preserve his work in more authoritative form than the sometimes corrupt quarto editions. We have scarce received from him a blot in his papers. This claim likely overstates the pristine nature of Shakespeare's manuscripts, but reflects their commitment to presenting his work as he intended it. The volume included a now famous engraved portrait of Shakespeare by Martin Droeshout on its title page, and prefatory poems by contemporaries including Ben Jonson, whose verse, "To the memory of my beloved, the author, Mr. William Shakespeare, and what he hath left us," offers both personal tribute and assessment of Shakespeare's place in literary history. Jonson's famous pronouncement that Shakespeare was not of an age but for all time proved remarkably prescient, anticipating the playwright's enduring global significance across centuries. The publication of the First Folio marked a crucial moment in the establishment of Shakespeare's literary afterlife, his transformation from popular playwright to canonical author. The book's impressive format, scholarly apparatus, and association with the King's Men all contributed to positioning Shakespeare's work as literature deserving serious attention rather than merely scripts for theatrical entertainment. This process of literary canonization would continue and intensify in subsequent decades and centuries as Shakespeare increasingly became both cultural icon and subject of scholarly study. The decades following the First Folio saw Shakespeare's reputation develop unevenly. The English Civil War and subsequent Puritan rule under Oliver Cromwell led to the closure of theatres from 1642 to 1660, interrupting the performance tradition that had kept Shakespeare's works alive on stage. When theatres reopened during the Restoration period under Charles II, Shakespeare's plays returned, but often in adapted forms that reflected changing theatrical tastes. Dramatists like William Davenant and Nahum Tate improved Shakespeare's works by adding music, simplifying language, and providing happier endings, most notoriously in Tate's version of King Lear, where Cordelia survives and marries Edgar, an adaptation that remained standard for 150 years. As twilight deepens into evening, imagine candlelight illuminating the pages of second, third, and fourth folios published in the later 17th century, each preserving Shakespeare's works while gradually introducing editorial changes that reflected evolving understanding and sometimes misunderstanding of the original texts. The soft crackle of turning pages accompanies scholars, actors, and general readers as they encounter these words across time, some passages growing clearer through editorial attention, others accumulating layers of interpretation that both illuminate and sometimes obscure Shakespeare's original meanings. The 18th century brought significant developments in Shakespeare's posthumous journey. Alexander Pope's 1725 edition attempted to distinguish Shakespeare's genuine text from supposed interpolations, while Lewis Theobald's 1726 Shakespeare Restored criticized Pope's editorial decisions and pioneered more rigorous textual scholarship. Samuel Johnson's landmark 1765 edition combined careful editing with insightful commentary that emphasized Shakespeare's psychological realism and moral complexity. Johnson famously praised Shakespeare for creating characters who are the genuine progeny of common humanity, such as the world will always supply and observation will always find. Alongside scholarly additions, the century saw increasing commemoration of Shakespeare as a national cultural icon. The 1741 monument in Westminster Abbey placed him symbolically among England's greatest figures. David Garrick's Shakespeare Jubilee of 1769 in Stratford-upon-Avon, though disrupted by rain that cancelled many outdoor activities, nevertheless established a tradition of commemorating Shakespeare in his birthplace that continues to this day. Garrick's famous proclamation that Shakespeare is God reflected the growing reverence for the bard not just as a great writer, but as a cultural touchstone central to British national identity. The gentle rain outside seems to echo across centuries, connecting to that distant jubilee where celebration persisted despite the downpour, just as Shakespeare's words have persisted through historical storms of changing taste, political upheaval, and cultural transformation. The sound of water on leaves and rooftops creates a soothing backdrop for the continuing story of how these immortal lines have travelled far beyond their author's mortal span. The Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries brought new appreciation for Shakespeare's genius, with critics like Samuel Taylor Coleridge and William Hazlitt emphasizing his psychological insight, imaginative power, and organic approach to dramatic form rather than his adherence to classical models. The German Romantics, including Goethe and the Schlegel brothers, were particularly influential in developing philosophical perspectives on Shakespeare that emphasized the depth and complexity of his characterization. August Wilhelm Schlegel's translations introduced Shakespeare to German audiences in versions that would profoundly influence continental European reception for generations. As moonlight filters through parted clouds, its silver light touching the pages of romantic criticism and poetry inspired by Shakespeare, we might imagine the gradual expansion of his influence across national boundaries, linguistic barriers, and cultural traditions. Each new translation into German, French, Russian, Japanese, Arabic creates not just a pathway for Shakespeare's words into new languages, but also new environments in which his works can take root and develop in sometimes unexpected directions. The Victorian era witnessed an intensification of the Shakespeare cult, with elaborate theatrical productions by actor-managers like Henry Irving presenting the plays as spectacular visual experiences with historically accurate costumes, elaborate sets, and often heavily cut texts that emphasized star performances over textual integrity. Simultaneously, Shakespeare became increasingly central to educational curricula, with his works studied as moral examples and linguistic models. The founding of the Shakespeare Birthplace Trust in 1847 to purchase and preserve his Stratford properties further institutionalized his cultural significance. The night deepens as we envision Victorian families gathered around the hearth, a leather-bound Shakespeare open on the table, as children perhaps memorize famous speeches or amateur theatrical enthusiasts prepare for drawing-room performances. The flickering firelight illuminates illustrations from Charles and Mary Lamb's Tales from Shakespeare, which introduced the stories to young readers, planting seeds of appreciation that might later blossom into deeper engagement with the original texts. The 20th century brought both scholarly rigor and creative reinvention to Shakespeare's legacy. The development of new bibliography approaches by scholars like W. W. Gregg and Fredson Bowers established more systematic methods for textual editing. Major theatrical innovations reinterpreted the plays for modern sensibilities, from Harley Granville Barker's simplified text-focused productions in the early century to the Royal Shakespeare Company's foundation in 1961, from Peter Brook's revolutionary A Midsummer Night's Dream in 1970 to the reconstruction of Shakespeare's Globe in London in the 1990s. As stars wheel overhead, their ancient light reaching us across vast distances, just as Shakespeare's words reach across time, imagine the countless performances of his plays in theatres worldwide, from traditional proscenium stages to theatre in the round, from grand opera houses to humble community spaces, from elaborately costumed historical productions to stark modern interpretations. The words remain the same, yet each new context creates fresh resonances and discoveries. Film and later television brought Shakespeare to mass audiences in new media, beginning with silent film adaptations in the early 20th century and continuing through landmarks like Laurence Olivier's patriotic wartime Henry V, 1944, Akira Kurosawa's transposition of Macbeth to feudal Japan in Throne of Blood, 1957, Franco Zeffirelli's romantic Romeo and Juliet, 1968, and Kenneth Branagh's full text, Hamlet, 1996. Each adaptation negotiated the relationship between textual fidelity and the visual language of screen media, finding new ways to make Shakespeare's words live for audiences far beyond theatrical spaces. The gentle circulation of night air suggests the breadth of actors speaking these lines across centuries, from the original King's Men at the Globe to community theatre performers in small towns, from celebrated stars of stage and screen to schoolchildren encountering Shakespeare for the first time. The words pass from breath to breath, from voice to voice, keeping alive not just language, but the human experiences and insights embedded within it. The global Shakespeare of the 21st century encompasses extraordinary diversity of approach and interpretation. Productions in countless languages and cultural traditions have demonstrated the play's remarkable adaptability to different contexts. Academic Shakespeare studies have expanded to include perspectives from feminism, post-colonialism, queer theory, disability studies, and other frameworks that reveal previously under-examined dimensions of the works. Digital humanities approaches have created new ways to analyze, visualize, and engage with Shakespeare's texts, making them accessible to wider audiences while enabling new forms of scholarly investigation. Night's deepest hours bring quiet contemplation, of this extraordinary journey from a glover's son in Stratford to global cultural phenomenon, from popular entertainer to canonical author, from specific historical figure to symbol of imaginative possibility. Shakespeare's works have been praised for qualities seemingly at odds with one another: their historical specificity and their universal relevance, their poetic artifice and their natural-seeming dialogue, their intellectual complexity and their emotional directness. Perhaps this capacity to contain multitudes, to speak to diverse human experiences across time and space, explains their enduring power. What is it about these works that enables them to survive not just as museum pieces, but as living art? Beyond the accidents of historical preservation and cultural politics that contribute to any writer's posthumous reputation, Shakespeare's works seem to possess particular qualities that facilitate their ongoing vitality, characters whose psychological depth allows for endless reinterpretation, language that combines everyday speech with poetic intensity, dramatic structures flexible enough to accommodate diverse theatrical approaches, thematic concerns fundamental to human experience, yet open to recontextualization in different historical moments. As the first light of dawn begins to soften the eastern sky, casting a pale glow over the sleeping town of Stratford-upon-Avon, we might imagine the continuity between Shakespeare's time and our own, how the river Avon still flows as it did in his day, how human hearts still respond to love and loss, ambition and doubt, joy and sorrow as they did in the 16th century. The specific forms of these experiences change across time and culture, but their essential nature remains recognizable, allowing Shakespeare's explorations of human experience to maintain their relevance centuries after they were written. The bells of Holy Trinity Church sound softly in the morning air, marking the hours as they have since long before Shakespeare's birth, and will long after our own time has passed. Within the church, his grave remains a place of pilgrimage for visitors from around the world, while his works continue their independent existence through the medium of language, inhabiting the breath of actors, the minds of readers, the conversations of those encountering his ideas, and the creative work of artists inspired by his example. The sun rises fully now, illuminating the town where one life began and ended, while the legacy created between those points continues to expand in ways impossible to have imagined in 1616. The mortal coil was eventually shuffled off, as it must be for all human beings, but the immortal lines remain, not static monuments, but living text, constantly renewed through performance, reading, adaptation, and the endless conversation between Shakespeare's world and our own. As morning light fills the room where this night's journey through Shakespeare's life and legacy concludes, we might recall Prospero's words from The Tempest: "We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep." The poet who articulated this truth has indeed transcended the boundaries of his little life, continuing to shape our dreams and our waking thoughts across the centuries, offering insights into what it means to be human that remain as vital as when they were first set down by the Bard of Avon's immortal pen. If insomnia is keeping you up tonight, you're not alone, and I truly understand how that feels. At least your favorite historian was here to keep you company with some timeless tales and fascinating figures. I like to mix in a bit of everything: ancient empires, strange events, forgotten rulers, so there's always something to distract the mind and ease you into rest. It's late now, so close your eyes when you're ready. I've got a cozy fire crackling and a warm cup of tea by my side. Until next time, sweet dreams and good night.